Chapter 3155, Undersir. Let's follow them quickly, teacher, Tao Yue urged, her eyes glowing with excitement when she saw that the several great alliances team had gone to surround Azura's team. It's not often we get to see battles between God-ranked experts. If we miss this fight, who knows when another opportunity will come. Let's follow them quickly, teacher, Tao Yue urged, her eyes glowing with excitement when she saw that the several great alliances team had gone to surround Azura's team. It's not often we get to see battles between God-ranked experts. If we miss this fight, who knows when another opportunity will come. Okay, let's head over as well, then, Thousand Sword said, chuckling when he saw the anxious look on Tao Yue's face. Tier 6 God-ranked experts rarely revealed themselves to others. Even the various superpowers executives would have difficulty meeting with Tier 6 God-ranked experts. The only reason so many God-ranked experts were gathered in the Boundary Mountain Range was due to the second underground level's importance. Battles between Tier 6 God-ranked experts were likewise incredibly rare. This was because Tier 6 God-ranked experts were the various superpowers' trump cards. A superpower would be exposing their trump card if they had their God-ranked experts fight other God-ranked experts. There was no way for players to fumble their way to Tier 6. Even the weakest Tier 6 God-ranked expert was an expert among experts. Even if this so-called weakest God-ranked expert couldn't win against a hostile God-ranked expert, they'd have no trouble withdrawing from the battlefield alive. Hence, unless one side was confident in defeating the other side easily, rarely would any superpower be willing to mobilize their God-ranked experts. However, now that everyone was at Tier 3 in the miniature ancient world, God-ranked experts wouldn't have to worry about exposing their respective guilds' trump cards. At most, they'd be exposing their individual combat standards. As for their weapons and equipment, revealing these items was of no significance since they weren't legendary weapons and equipment. After Thousand Swords finished speaking, World Dominators and Blackwater's members began following after the several great alliances team in a defensive formation. Although they had already taken care of the nearby Voyagy demons, if a new group were to suddenly respawn on them, their small team of 100 would get annihilated if they were caught unprepared. After advancing steadily for around 10 minutes, Thousand Swords and the others came across the encirclement formed by Qiyang Tianhe and the others. Currently, the 1,000-man team had split into 4 detached teams. Qiyang Tianhe, Ruthless Sky, and Death Omen each led a 200-man team. As for the 4th team, although it didn't have a God-ranked expert leading it, the team was made up of 400 Flowing Water Realm experts and above. This ensured that Azura's team wouldn't have an easy time escaping regardless of the direction it chose to break through from. Why aren't they moving? Gu Irin muttered in confusion when he saw Qiyang Tianhe and the others standing still and doing nothing. Has Azura's team been killed by the Voyagy demons already? No, they seem to be looking at something, Tao Yue said, noting that the several great alliances members were all staring at a particular location. Maybe they are waiting for Azura's team to finish fighting before launching a surprise attack. According to the previous report, Azura's team was in the middle of a battle. Seeing as Qiyang Tianhe and the others were simply standing still without doing anything, the only explanation Tao Yue could come up with was that they were waiting for Azura's team to finish fighting. However, Tao Yue couldn't help but be surprised by her conclusion. After all, Azura's team would be most susceptible to surprise attacks when engaged in battle with monsters. She found it astonishing that Qiyang Tianhe and the others would have such a chivalric spirit. Thousand Swords was also very surprised by this situation. Based on his understanding of Qiyang Tianhe's personality, the man was undoubtedly a ruthless person. Qiyang Tianhe would kill his opponents without hesitation even if they surrendered and willingly offered up their weapons and equipment. There was no way such a ruthless person wouldn't attack an opponent engaged in battle. Not to mention, Qiyang Tianhe wasn't the only person here. There was also Death Omen, the commander of the Flower of 7 Sins, Sin of Pride. She was a woman who regarded assassination as her life. It was in her nature to launch sneak attacks. To say that she had a chivalric spirit was to say that elephants could fly. Meanwhile, after Thousand Swords and the others moved closer to Chiang Tianhe's group, they were immediately dumbfounded by what they saw. Just like the report stated, Azura's team was indeed engaged in battle. However, Azura's team wasn't fighting a group of Great Lord ranked Void Eudemons, but a level 116 mythic ranked Realm Lord instead. Void Serpent, Realm Lord Baron. Void Creature, mythic, level 116 HP 8 billion. The Void Serpent's 8 billion HP would be astonishing even in the outside world. In the Boundary Mountain Ranges, second underground level, it was an amount that could induce despair. Tier 4 mythic monsters had much greater defense than Tier 3 Great Lords. Even a Tier 3 expert, armed to the teeth with epic items, could only cause around 1 million damage to a mythic monster with the help of a Tier 3 skill. Moreover, that was under the assumption that the mythic monster did not block the attack. Meanwhile, Realm Lords were monsters that came with a mana domain. They could weaken the effects of hostile skills and spells drastically. Even if players had a mana domain of their own to counter it with, their skills and spells would still be weakened by a significant margin. Even assuming that the entire raid went smoothly, a 100-man team would still need at least an hour to defeat the Void Serpent after considering the Realm Lord's frightening battle recovery. Meanwhile, it simply wasn't possible for players to do battle for 1 hour straight in the Boundary Mountain Ranges' second underground level. However, the Void Serpent wasn't the reason Thousand Swords and the others were shocked. No wonder that old fellow isn't moving. He'd be crazy if he dared to make a move. The corners of Thousand Swords' eyes twitched as he watched Azura's team fighting. 8 suspected God-ranked experts. This was a number enough to make him doubt life. It was as if the almighty Tier 6 God-ranked experts in God's domain suddenly became cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Aside from Shurfong and the woman who had previously shattered the Crimson Demon Barrier, there were 6 other God-ranked experts in Azura's team. Among them, the 3-meter-tall man wielding 2 sabers was single-handedly holding back the Void Serpent. Even while subjected to the second underground level suppression, the 3-meter-tall man still shook even space itself with every attack, his attacks putting the Void Serpent at an absolute disadvantage. Or, more specifically, the Realm Lord was losing a competition of strength to the 3-meter-tall man. Moreover, although the 3-meter-tall man looked like he was wildly brandishing his sabers at the Void Serpent on the surface, peak experts and above could tell that the man wasn't just randomly swinging his weapons. Instead, he had perfectly leveraged his opponent's strength to his own advantage, using the impact he received from blocking the Void Serpent's attacks to propel his counterattacks. This allowed him to conserve his energy and enhance the power of his attacks. On top of that, the man could perfectly integrate the power of the Void Serpent's attacks into his own. So, whenever his saber landed on the Void Serpent, the Realm Lord would shudder from the impact, and its HP would fall by over 10 million. The 3-meter-tall man was more monstrous than even the monster he was going up against. Another beyond domain realm expert? This was the only possibility Thousand Swords could think of when he saw the 3-meter-tall man's astonishing display of technique. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3156_2 Beyond Domain Realm God-Ranked Experts. Jing Yang's eyes widened in shock as he watched Casio holding back the Void Serpent all by himself. Could I be dreaming? 2 Beyond Domain Realm God-Ranked Experts. Jing Yang's eyes widened in shock as he watched Casio holding back the Void Serpent all by himself. Could I be dreaming? Unlike powers that failed to secure an administrative seat in the Azura Mercenary Alliance, Jing Yang was well aware that the Mercenary Alliance was nothing more than an independent organization established by Zero Wing. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that aside from Witch's Sin, every other power in Azura was an insignificant existence. As for Witches' Sin's strength and foundation, they weren't anything to write home about. Witches' Sin might be seen as a superpower in the public's eye, but any real superpower in God's domain would know that Witches' Sin could, at best, be considered a very ordinary superpower with 3 Tier 6 God-ranked experts under its command. The guild definitely did not have even one Beyond Domain Realm expert, let alone 2. If Witches' Sin had 2 Beyond Domain Realm God-ranked experts, it would already have the strength to challenge any of the 5 great super guilds. Not to mention, the 2 Beyond Domain Realm experts in question were current in the miniature ancient world. Even if Witches' Sin managed to acquire 2 Beyond Domain Realm experts by some miracle, the guild would have to be absolutely deranged to send both of them into the miniature ancient world. It should be known that a Beyond Domain Realm expert who was a Tier 6 God-ranked expert and a Beyond Domain Realm expert who wasn't at Tier 6 were 2 entirely different concepts. Any Beyond Domain Realm expert that managed to reach Tier 6 would become a moving disaster. 2 moving disasters working together would be more than enough to cause any of the 5 great super guilds to grow wary and fearful. Unless absolutely necessary, the 5 great super guilds absolutely would not dare to provoke a power with 2 Beyond Domain Realm God-ranked experts. Indeed, this was the might of Beyond Domain Realm experts. Hence, Jingyang found it very hard to imagine what kind of power Zero Wing was that it would discard 2 moving disasters and send them into a measly miniature ancient world. At this moment, Jingyang wasn't the only one dumbfounded by this situation. Gu Iren, who stood next to him, was similarly stupefied. How can this be? Gu Iren felt his worldview crumbling. Never in a million years did he think that the insignificant guild he had looked down on previously would turn out to be a behemoth that even world dominators couldn't afford to offend. 2 moving disasters. Just how strong would a power need to be to willingly discard 2 moving disasters? When Gu Iren recalled how he had directly offended Zero Wing for a measly second-rate guild like Shadow, he couldn't help but find his decision to be the biggest joke he had made in his life. Gu Iren felt that if he were to come across Lon Hailong right now, he would probably lose control and murder the other party. At the same time, Gu Iren couldn't help but feel regret. Had he chosen to sell Shifeng a favor back then, he might have been able to establish a good relationship with Zero Wing. Meanwhile, with Zero Wing's assistance, he could absolutely become the brightest star in World Dominators. He might even become the leader of World Dominators in the future. Not planning on taking action, Brother Qiyang? They're raiding a boss right now. You're not going to get a better opportunity than this, Thousand Swords jokingly said as he walked up to Qiyang Tianhe. Sure, you go first, then I'll go, Qiyang Tianhe said, rolling his eyes at Thousand Swords. Me? Upon hearing Qiyang Tianhe's words, Thousand Swords shook his head without hesitation and said, I dare not. If you don't dare to, why should I? Qiyang Tianhe replied nonchalantly, not the slightest bit ashamed at his cowardice. 2 Beyond Domain Realm experts and 6 God-ranked experts. Unless we gather all of the 5 great super guilds God-ranked experts in the miniature ancient world, who dare challenge such a team. If his opponent was only 1 Beyond Domain Realm expert, Qiyang Tianhe was confident he could kill the other party. After all, he had many peak experts supporting him. However, a force of 2 Beyond Domain Realm experts and 6 God-ranked experts was not something Qiyang Tianhe dared to challenge. When God-ranked experts work together, the combat power they could unleash wouldn't be a measly 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Not to mention, a force of 2 Beyond Domain Realm experts and 6 God-ranked experts was already enough to form a full party and more. If these 8 experts worked together, it'd be no trouble for them to annihilate the several great alliances' 1,000-man team. It would be akin to 8 fully armed warriors going up against 1,000 unarmed civilians. The fight would be a one-sided massacre. To begin with, this matter has nothing to do with the Solar Temple. Azura's target is only the flower of 7 sins. Since this is the flower of 7 sins problem, it will naturally be up to the flower of 7 sins to resolve this problem, Chiang Tianhe said. I have already done my best by mobilizing so many experts for this farce. The flower of 7 sins probably didn't expect to get into such trouble, Thousand Swords said as he looked at Death Omen, who stood nearby. By the looks of things, Azura should be planning to target the flower of 7 sins main force. With the current strength of the flower of 7 sins main force, it is unlikely to escape this approaching disaster. At this time, Thousand Swords couldn't help but look at Sherfong, a hint of realization and regret appearing in his heart. Seeing as Zero Wing could afford to send so many God-ranked experts to the miniature ancient world, it was no wonder the guild dared to challenge the flower of 7 sins. With how many God-ranked experts Zero Wing had, it wouldn't be difficult for it to establish itself in the miniature ancient world. Zero Wing might even become a power rivaling the 5 great super guilds. If world dominators could establish a stronger partnership with such a power, it'd be of significant help to the guild's development in the miniature ancient world. Yet he had personally cast away this wonderful opportunity. Zero Wing is still too weak to threaten the flower of 7 sins, Death Omen said, sending a contemptuous glance at Thousand Swords. Don't forget why our alliances decided to work together. Our goal isn't simply to monopolize resources in our god's domain, but also form a united front against the other side's god's domain. The other side's god's domain is vastly stronger than ours. The other side's 2 hegemonic powers are even participating in the operation this time. Even if Zero Wing has 2 beyond domain realm experts and 6 god-ranked experts, it can do nothing but keep its head down in front of those 2 hegemonic powers. While Death Omen and the others were talking, the Void Serpent's 8 billion HP finally fell to 0. Then, its 60-meter-long body collapsed to the ground with a boom before disintegrating into particles of light and disappearing from the rainforest. At the same time, a golden glow enveloped the bodies of Sherfong and the others. Among them, the golden glow that enveloped Laura and Glimmer's 3 vice commanders carried a hint of purple, proving that they had already gone beyond level 120. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Void Serpent's Loot. Chapter 229, Void Serpent's Loot. How are they so high-leveled? Thousand Swords and the others were confused when they saw the levels of Laura Crater and the 3 vice commanders of Glimmer. Although the purple-gold glow had only appeared on Laura and the others briefly, it was like a bright light in darkness in the eyes of Tier 3 expert players. Hence, everyone present saw the purple-gold glow without fail. Everyone here also recognized and was incredibly familiar with this purple-gold glow, since it was the level-up glow they had seen the most while leveling up on the main continent. The first appearance of this purple-gold glow was also a turning point in every player's career that determined whether they would become a powerhouse or remain an ordinary expert on the main continent. With such high levels, it's no wonder they managed to advance so easily. The strength the Azura Mercenary Alliance has kept hidden in the dark has probably already surpassed the main forces of our several great alliances, Chiang Tianhe thought to himself, a frown forming on his face. No matter how he racked his mind, he simply couldn't fathom how Laura Crater and the others had managed to reach such a high level. At level 120, Laura's group of 4 had already exceeded the average level of the various powers' main force members by 10 levels. The free attribute points players could gain from 10 levels might not be significant, but there would be a significant difference in the stats provided by weapons and equipment. Assuming they were all using equipment of the same rank, Laura's group was ahead of the various powers' main force members by 2 minor grades. 2 minor grades. In terms of basic attributes alone, Laura Crater's group of 4 would exceed the various powers' main force members by 30% or more. Such a huge difference in basic attributes was enough to let an ordinary expert defeat a refinement realm expert easily. The resulting combat power difference would be even greater when this basic attribute advantage was put in the hands of a god-ranked expert. At this moment, Qian Tianhe felt fortunate that he didn't personally make a move at the second underground level's entrance previously. Otherwise, even as a god-ranked expert himself, he'd likely meet with an unfortunate end. Not to mention, Laura Crater was even a beyond domain realm expert. How is this possible? Death Omen was similarly in disbelief when she saw the purple-gold glow that briefly enveloped Laura's group of four. She could ignore the fact that the Azura Mercenary Alliance had the numbers advantage in god-ranked experts. After all, it wasn't exactly an impossible feat to accomplish. If the Flower of Seven Sins was willing to pay the price, it could send even more god-ranked experts into the miniature ancient world. So, the fact that Azura had more god-ranked experts was only enough to show that Zero Wing was more willing to invest in the miniature ancient world than the Flower of Seven Sins. But what was up with their levels? It should be known that the various superpowers' main force members were nowhere near level 120. At their current levels, they'd need to work hard and grind for at least another 20 days before they could reach this level. In other words, without the various superpowers knowing, the Azura Mercenary Alliance had already created a 20-day gap between them. At this moment, Death Omen couldn't help but feel as if all the methods the Flower of Seven Sins had employed to stifle Azura's development were nothing but a joke. However, compared to Qian Tianhe and Death Omen, the surprise and shock that Lu Wuxing and Galaxy Past, who were on the same team as Laura Crater's group, experienced was much greater. Even without our participation, Zero Wing can probably annihilate the Flower of Seven Sins' main force with ease. Lu Wuxing commented ruefully as he watched the Void Serpent's corpse gradually disappearing. The strength that 9 god-ranked experts could exhibit when working together far exceeded the strength of a 100-man team of peak experts. Even a mythic-ranked realm lord was nothing more than a slightly bigger monster in front of these 9 god-ranked experts. It wasn't hard for Lu Wuxing to imagine what would happen if these 9 god-ranked experts fought against players who didn't even have 1 million HP. I know, right? If those powers that withdrew learn about this, they'll absolutely rue their decision, Galaxy Pass said as he looked at Sherfeng, who stood a short distance away. At the same time, the awe he felt for the guild known as Zero Wing had skyrocketed. Initially, Galaxy Past had only chosen to join Zero Wing as an outer member because he thought the guild could help him further develop his strength. He never really thought that Zero Wing could accomplish anything monumental in the miniature ancient world. Although Zero Wing's subsequent accomplishments had caused him to change his mind, it wasn't to a significant extent. However, things were completely different now. 8 god-ranked experts. There was also Hidden Soul, an expert who had never reached Tier 6, but had the technical capabilities of Tier 6 god-ranked experts. In other words, the Azura Mercenary Alliance currently had a total of 9 god-ranked experts under its command. This was a force that none of the 5 great super guilds could take out in the miniature ancient world. I finally understand why you asked me to support Zero Wing all this time, Yaiwa. With so many god-ranked experts in Azura, the 5 great super guilds wouldn't dare to have any ideas of Abyssal Star City even in the future, Zhuyalan said in astonishment as she looked at Laura Crater and the other god-ranked experts. Previously, few people had confidence in the Azura Mercenary Alliance because everyone knew that Azura's advantage over the various superpowers was temporary. With only the experts it had poached from Shadow, Zero Wing, and, by extension, Azura, would quickly fall behind the various superpowers once players started reaching level 120 and got promoted to Tier 4. However, it was a different story now that Azura had so many god-ranked experts under its command. Even after the miniature ancient world's players entered the Tier 4 era, the various superpowers peak experts would be no threat to the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Meanwhile, when Lin Yaoyue saw the excited look on Zhuyalan's face, she didn't know whether she should inform her friend that there were many, many more of these god-ranked experts in the stratified abyssal realm. In fact, just the experts in Slumber City were already more than enough to take on the entire miniature ancient world. While everyone started a discussion of their own, Sherfong walked up to the Void Serpent's vanishing corpse and looked at the items slowly descending from the sky. A short moment later, a small, dazzling pile of loot formed before Sherfong. As a level 116 Realm Lord, the Void Serpent rewarded an extremely large amount of EXP to the players that killed it. The awarded EXP allowed Glimmer's 4 members to reach level 121 and help Sherfong go from level 114 to level 115. Now, Sherfong had officially entered the preparation phase for getting promoted to Tier 4. In addition, the Void Serpent's loot was also incredibly astonishing. The Void Serpent had dropped 41 items, of which 23 were inferior legendary materials and 15 were treasure chests containing magic crystals, mana stones, and small amounts of 7 luminaries crystal. Aside from these materials and treasure chests, the Void Serpent had also dropped 2 dazzling epic weapons. The weapons were a long sword and a spear, and both radiated incredibly powerful mana fluctuations. However, Sherfang's gaze did not fall on any of these 40 items. Instead, his eyes were glued to the final item, a tattered parchment that only gave off small amounts of mana fluctuations. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3158_ I really didn't think the second underground level's loot would be so astonishing. The Void Serpent is only a realm lord near the central area, yet it has dropped a Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll. No wonder the 5 great guilds chose to join forces. Sherfong thought excitedly as he put the tattered parchment into his bag. I really didn't think the second underground level's loot would be so astonishing. The Void Serpent is only a realm lord near the central area, yet it has dropped a Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll. No wonder the 5 great guilds chose to join forces. Sherfong thought excitedly as he put the tattered parchment into his bag. The Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll was a precious treasure for players seeking to get promoted to Tier 4. Although it wasn't as useful as a Legacy Scroll that could teleport players directly to a Legacy land, players could find the entrance to a Legacy land much more easily with the Legacy Search Scroll's help. This, in turn, would save them significant amounts of time. Laura Crater and Glimmer's 3 vice commanders have reached level 121 already. They had already met the standard for getting promoted to Tier 4. So long as he passed this Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll to one of them, the Azura Mercenary Alliance would soon gain a bona fide Tier 4 expert. After keeping the Tier 4 Legacy Search Scroll away, Sherfong collected the 2 epic weapons as well. Of the 2 weapons, Sherfong was very happy to see the longsword that had light purple electric arcs circulating its blade, choosing to equip it immediately. With this, he resolved his problem of having only one longsword to rely on. Blasphemer, one-handed sword, epic rank, level 100, level 150 equipment requirement. Strength 3000 attack power for 150% of strength, attack speed for % of agility. All attributes increases according to the user's level. When equipped, ignore levels plus 25. Attacks have a 60% chance of ignoring 50% of the target's defense. Attacks have a 30% chance of ignoring 80% of the target's defense. Attacks have a 10% chance of ignoring all of the target's defense. Every attack will increase all of the user's attributes by 0. 5% up to 20% for 5 seconds. Strength increased by 40%. Agility increased by 50%. Intelligence increased by 40%. Endurance increased by 50%. Attack speed increased by 40%. Effects of all weapon-related skills increased by 15%. Additional passive skill, Blasphemer's Heart. Recover a small amount of stamina and concentration when landing a fatal blow. Although Blasphemer's basic attributes couldn't compare to a fragmented legendary weapon, its passive skill was something that all experts would want. This was because experts were always short on stamina and concentration. One could easily imagine how valuable a passive skill that could help players recover stamina and concentration would be. After Shifeng finished collecting all of the loot, he promptly resumed his journey to the divine statue at the center of the map with his team. Sure enough, they're going after the Flower of Seven Sins' main force, Chiang Tin commented when he saw where Shifeng's team was headed. Then he turned to Death Omen and asked, "Aren't you going to contact Gluttony's team and have him quickly retreat? If their two teams meet, I highly doubt your organization's main force can retreat safely." "That is unnecessary. The powers of our two worlds are gathered at that place right now. The other side's two hegemonic powers are also there. There is nothing Azura can accomplish there." Death Omen said with a confident smile on her face. The Flower of Seven Sins might not be able to do anything about Azura right now, but the same is true for Azura. "How lucky of your organization to be able to get in touch with the other side so soon," Chiang Tin said. Surprisingly, he did not voice any objections to Death Omen's words. On the contrary, a trace of envy had even appeared in his eyes. With the strength of Azura's team, there were indeed no teams in the miniature ancient world capable of threatening it. However, compared to the other god's domain, a force of 8 god-ranked experts still wasn't enough. It was especially true when the other god's domain's 2 hegemonic powers were involved in the joint operation this time. The Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level was different from the first underground level. Entry into the second underground level wasn't limited to just their god's domain. The other god's domain connected to the miniature ancient world could similarly access the second underground level. So, the second underground level could more or less be considered the border of the two gods' domains. Meanwhile, the two gods' domains' various powers were currently gathered at the second underground level's divine statue. The Flower of Seven Sins had even managed to partner with one of the other gods' domain's hegemonic powers. Because of this, no power at the divine statue dared to make a move against the Flower of Seven Sins. Numerous powers were gathered at the plaza where the divine statue was situated. At a glance, one could see over 100 experts with combat standards at the level of god-ranked experts. Even the 5 great super guilds, teams, looked ordinary in this place. In fact, the 5 great super guilds members were inferior to the other gods' domains teams when it came to player levels. "You look like you're in a bad mood, Gluttony. Did something happen on your side?" A middle-aged level 120 demi-dragon, shield warrior, curiously asked as he looked at the young berserker before him. "It's nothing," the young berserker, going by the name of Gluttony, said, a contemptuous smile forming on his face when he recalled the message he just received. However, when he looked at the middle-aged man before him, he put on a respectful look as he said, "Some people are just trying to find trouble with the Flower of Seven Sins. But if those people dare to come here, I wouldn't mind getting rid of them." Although Gluttony had already heard about the Azura Mercenary Alliance's situation from Death Omen, he didn't pay much heed to it. After all, even at Tier 3, there were vast differences among god-ranked experts. It was especially true in terms of life rating. Thanks to the Flower of Seven Sins' partnership with Bright Dragon, one of the 2 hegemonic powers of the Desolate Star God's domain, he was no longer human. Instead, he had become a tigerkin, a life form with a superior life rating to humans. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who had converted to a different race. Over 20 of the predators he led had also converted to a different race. Because of this, the overall strength of his team was completely different from when they entered the second underground level. It was just that he hadn't informed Death Omen about this matter yet. Shortly after Gluttony finished speaking, a commotion suddenly occurred in front of the plaza's entry staircase. Subsequently, a 100-man team led by a man riding on a 3-tailed wolf entered the plaza. Of the team's 100 members, 9 gave off the presence of a god-ranked expert. This time was significantly stronger than most of the other teams present, which only had 2 or 3 God-ranked experts. Who are those people? I've never seen them before. They shouldn't be people from our desolate star, God's domain. The various God-ranked experts in the plaza couldn't help but grow curious when they saw this 100-man team. Meanwhile, when the middle-aged demi-dragon from Bright Dragon saw this time, a surprised look appeared on his face. Is there anything special about them, Brother Minghao? Gluttony asked when he noticed the change in the middle-aged demi-dragon's expression. This team is quite something, Minghao, the middle-aged demi-dragon, said in a low voice. There are actually 7 higher life forms among them. That's already close to what Bright Dragon's team has. 7 higher life forms. Gluttony's expression turned solemn when he heard Minghao's words. Unlike the various superpowers executives, he knew that higher life forms were rare even in the greater God's domain. Even a hegemonic power like Bright Dragon could only afford to let a very small number of its members convert to a higher life form. Moreover, these members needed to have made great contributions to the guild before they could exchange this opportunity. Meanwhile, anyone who succeeded in converting to a higher life form would have vastly superior combat power compared to other players of the same tier. Yet, now it was revealed that the Azura Mercenary Alliance actually had 7 players who were higher life forms. What's wrong? Are they the ones finding trouble with you, Brother Gluttony? Minghao asked when he saw the expression on Gluttony's face. Then he chuckled and continued, If that's the case, let me help you take care of them then. They might have quite a few higher life forms, but Bright Dragon has the last say on everything in this place. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Minghao, Gluttony said gratefully. Bright Dragon was significantly stronger than even the 5 great super guilds. The hegemonic power was so strong that even the 5 great super guilds working together would be no match for it. A force of 8 God-ranked experts might be powerful in the miniature ancient world, but it was still nothing but an ant in front of Bright Dragon's 20-plus God-ranked experts. At most, the Azura Mercenary Alliance was a slightly stronger ant. In reality, if not for Bright Dragon having a use for the Flower of 7 Sins for the operation this time, the Flower 7 Sins could have never gotten the opportunity to partner with Bright Dragon. Meanwhile, just when Minghao was about to gather his subordinates, another team appeared at the plaza's entrance. Along with the arrival of this new team, the various teams present in the plaza, including Bright Dragon's team, suddenly grew serious. The various teams even took the initiative to step aside and open a path for this new team. Are those the people you were talking about before, Brother Minghao? Gluttony asked when he noticed that over 50 of the new team's 200-plus members were God-ranked experts. Moreover, out of these 50-plus God-ranked experts, 4 of them were even beyond domain realm experts. MHM, they're the leaders of the operation this time, Minghao said, nodding. When Gluttony heard this, a hint of yearning appeared in his eyes as he looked at this group of new arrivals. While the 10,000-plus players on the plaza were directing their attention to the new arrivals, a demi-dragon woman walking among the team suddenly looked toward Azura's team and said in a surprised tone, Mr. Black Flame? TL notes. 1. A tigerkin, a life form with a superior life rating to humans. FYI, tigerkins aren't considered higher life forms. They only have a higher life rating than humans. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3159 _ when everyone in the plaza heard the demi-dragon woman suddenly calling out to someone. They subconsciously followed the demi-dragon woman's gaze and turned to look at a 100-man team. This 100-man team also happened to be the foreign team that everyone had discussed previously. When everyone in the plaza heard the demi-dragon woman suddenly calling out to someone, they subconsciously followed the demi-dragon woman's gaze and turned to look at a 100-man team. This 100-man team also happened to be the foreign team that everyone had discussed previously. This 100-man team clearly had 9 God-ranked experts. Moreover, 7 of these God-ranked experts were even higher life forms. Aside from the 2 hegemonic powers teams, None of the other teams present were capable of matching this 100-man team. Yet, none of them had managed to recognize this team. Because of this, everyone guessed that this team might come from a power outside the desolate star god's domain. The desolate star god's domain was an open god's domain, so players from the greater god's domain could visit it in exchange for restrictions placed on their strength. However, there were no such restrictions in the miniature ancient world, so it wasn't impossible to see players outside of the desolate star god's domain appear here. It was just that few players from the greater god's domain would bother entering a miniature ancient world. Do you know them, Guild Leader Black Flame? Lu Wuxing asked as he turned to look at Shi Feng in confusion. Lu Wuxing was greatly shocked when he first stepped into this plaza. Although he had already known that the other god's domain would be stronger, he didn't think that there'd be such a huge gap between them. Tier 6 god-ranked experts were exceedingly rare in their god's domain. They were so rare that they didn't even number more than 100. Yet, just the god-ranked experts from the desolate star god's domain in this plaza already numbered more than 100. It should be known that players would need to start over from level 100, Tier 3, when they entered the miniature ancient world. Because of this, most powers would typically only send a small portion of their forces into the miniature ancient world. It was especially true when it came to Tier 6 god-ranked experts. Even the 5 great super guilds had only mobilized 2 or 3 god-ranked experts each. Yet, every one of Desolate Star's teams here had at least 2 or 3 god-ranked experts leading them. Among these teams, Bright Dragon's team had over 20 god-ranked experts. This was a number that the 5 great super guilds couldn't match, even if they banded together. So, when Lu Wuxing saw that various teams here behaved so respectfully to the team that had just arrived, he'd be a fool if he couldn't tell that these new arrivals occupied a lofty position in the desolate star god's domain. Yet, one of these distinguished individuals was seemingly acquainted with Shi Feng. "I do know the person who is speaking," Shi Feng said to Lu Wuxing while waving at the demi-dragon woman who had called out to him. Shi Feng naturally recognized the demi-dragon woman. After all, the other party was none other than the Tower Alliance's Maria. So what he said was true. At this time, aside from Lu Wuxing, Galaxy Past and Jueyalin also couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. They had previously been skeptical when Shi Feng told them that Zero Wing was in existence stronger than even the 5 great super guilds. Now, though, they believed him. However, compared to Galaxy Past and the others, Hidden Soul, Crimson Heart, Cleansed Rue, and Lin Yaiwe, people who knew Maria, were even more surprised when they saw the demi-dragon woman. They didn't think that the Tower Alliance was not only a power originating from the desolate star god's domain, but the guild even occupied such a high status there. Meanwhile, over at the Tower Alliance's team, a middle-aged man with pure elven blood looked toward Maria and asked, "Is he the person you mentioned previously, Maria?" "MHM. He is that person, Vice Guild Leader Flanders," Maria said with an astonished look on her face. "In addition, I can also see some of the stratified Abyssal Realms natives beside him." "The stratified Abyssal Realms natives?" Upon hearing Maria's words, the elven man named Flanders couldn't help but take a closer look at Shi Feng's inconspicuous appearance. Then the corners of his mouth lifted as he said, "This is interesting. It seems this Guild Leader Black Flame is far more extraordinary than you described him. It might be worth further deepening the partnership between our 2 guilds." There were many experts in a stratified Abyssal Realm. If all of these experts were gathered, they could become a mighty force to be reckoned with even in the greater god's domain. This was also why the greater god's domain's various powers had all set their sights on the various stratified Abyssal Realm. However, bringing experts out of a stratified Abyssal Realm was an incredibly challenging task. So, most powers could only wait until the stratified Abyssal Realm had fully integrated with the greater god's domain before making their move. After Flanders finished speaking, he led his team to Shi Feng and the others. This situation caused the various powers in the plaza to look at Shi Feng's team in a more respectful light. Your flower of 7 sins has found itself quite the big trouble this time, brother Gluttony. When Meng Hao saw Flanders approaching Shifeng's team, he smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that I cannot help you with this problem. Is there really nothing Bright Dragon can do, brother Meng Hao? Gluttony asked in confusion. There were only 2 hegemonic powers based in the desolate star god's domain. One was Bright Dragon, while the other was the Tower Alliance. These 2 hegemonic powers could be said to be equal in strength. Although the Tower Alliance led the operation this time, Gluttony refused to believe that Bright Dragon was afraid of the Tower Alliance. If it's only the Tower Alliance, Bright Dragon naturally has nothing to fear. When Meng Hao saw the confusion on Gluttony's face, he explained, But the operation this time is led by the Tower Alliance, and the reason why that is the case is because the Tower Alliance shares a close relationship with that great personage. Offending the Tower Alliance might not be a problem, but if we accidentally offend that great personage, Gluttony was even more shocked when he heard Meng Hao's explanation. A hegemonic power held nigh absolute authority in the gods' domain they were based in. A hegemonic power was also an existence that stood at the peak in the real world. After all, God's domain wasn't a simple virtual reality game. Instead, it was a game that could decide the survival and prosperity of an entire world. It was just that not many people knew about this secret. So, Gluttony found it hard to imagine there could be anyone who could make a hegemonic power like Bright Dragon treat so respectfully and show such great fear. Hearing Gluttony's query, Meng Hao looked toward a level 1 20 female mage standing among the Tower Alliance's team and whispered, You've probably learned about that great personage already. She is the Galaxy Corporation's 4th princess. It is only a matter of time before your organization comes into contact with the Galaxy Corporation. The Green God Corporation you mentioned might have even gotten in touch with the Galaxy Corporation already. After all, your world passage is about to open. There is no way nobody from your world hasn't gotten in touch with the Galaxy Corporation yet. The Galaxy Corporation's 4th princess. Gluttony nearly gaped in shock when he heard Meng Hao's answer. The Galaxy Corporation might be foreign to most people in his world. However, the Galaxy Corporation's name was currently the name that was being mentioned the most by superpowers that knew about God's domain secrets. It was especially true for those who were well acquainted with the Green God Corporation's executives. The world passage's opening might be seen as nothing more than a merger of 2 gods' domain by the various first-rate powers and below. However, what these powers didn't know was that this merger wasn't limited to just God's domain. Instead, it would also take place in the real world. Indeed, Earth, the planet they inhabited, would gradually be integrated into a greater world. Meanwhile, once Earth was integrated into this greater world, the Galaxy Corporation would become an unavoidable existence for the various superpowers. As for how powerful the Galaxy Corporation was, if the Green God Corporation was described to have the strength to cause all corporations to shake with fear, then the Galaxy Corporation had the strength to casually crush the Green God Corporation like an ant. After all, the Galaxy Corporation was a frightening existence that had already grasped a small portion of a higher dimension civilization's technology. TL notes, the author decided to change Green God Company, Chapter 1131, to Green God Corporation, so I will be using Green God Corporation from now on. It'll make things easier when the instances of various corporations pop up. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3160 _ Might you be interested in undertaking the commission, this time with the Tower Alliance? Guild Leader Black Flame? Elven Knight Flanders offered this suggestion to Shifeng after Maria had introduced them to each other. So long as we complete Miss Frey's commission, you will gain membership in the Galaxy Corporation and be awarded 1 million star coins on top of that. If you do not need the star coins, I can give you 200 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids or 20 bottles of life potion in exchange. I can also ensure that these items are delivered to your hands. Might you be interested in undertaking the commission, this time with the Tower Alliance? Guild Leader Black Flame. Elven Knight Flanders offered this suggestion to Sherfong after Maria had introduced them to each other. So long as we complete Miss Frey's commission, you will gain membership in the Galaxy Corporation and be awarded 1 million star coins on top of that. If you do not need the star coins, I can give you 200 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids or 20 bottles of life potion in exchange. I can also ensure that these items are delivered to your hands. Flanders' suggestion greatly tempted and shocked Lu Wuxing, Galaxy Past and Crimson Heart, although they didn't know what the so-called star coins were, nor did they understand the significance of the Galaxy Corporation's membership. They did know the value of 200 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 20 bottles of life potion. Life potions, in particular, were a precious resource that the Green God Corporation sold in limited quantities. Meanwhile, aside from healing injuries, the life potion could preserve a person's youth and increase their lifespan. An ordinary person could live for an additional 10 years and see a significant improvement in their physical fitness just by consuming one life potion. Even if master or grandmaster martial artists, individuals with longer life expectancies than the average individual, consumed a life potion, they could expect a minimum increase of 5 years to their life expectancy. Meanwhile, a sum of 20 life potions was something even the corporations backing the 5 great super guilds could not take out on short notice. Some superpowers couldn't even get their hands on 20 life potions in an entire year. After hearing Flanders' offer, Su Qianlu and Blackie hurriedly turned to Sherfong, signaling him to quickly accept the offer with their eyes. They could gain such a bountiful reward just by completing one commission. This was an opportunity they would never get under normal circumstances. Even the Green God Corporation would never offer such an astronomical compensation just for completing a single commission. In the meantime, Maria couldn't help but look at Flanders in astonishment. She never thought that her vice guild leader would take the initiative to invite Sherfong to participate in the commission this time. Not only that, but he had even offered to split some of the commission's reward with Sherfong. Since the Tower Alliance is being so sincere, there is no reason for me to refuse, Sherfong said while glancing at the flower of 7 Sins members standing next to the Bright Dragon Guild's team. He understood that it'd be impossible to touch the flower of 7 Sins members in this place with Bright Dragon protecting them. In fact, his team was at great risk just by being here. Meanwhile, the safest way out of this situation would be to move with the Tower Alliance. However, I'll pass on the life potions. I'm quite content with the 1 million star coins. As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, Su Qianliu's and Blackie's expressions instantly turned ashen. Meanwhile, Flanders was briefly stunned before laughing and saying, "You are indeed a straightforward person. Guild Leader Black Flame. No wonder Maria holds you in high esteem. In that case, let's establish a contract right away." Subsequently, Flanders took out a God's Domain contract and wrote the necessary terms. Then, both parties signed it after reviewing the listed terms. With that, so long as both parties remained in God's domain, nobody would be allowed to go against the listed terms. Guild leader, aren't the 20 life potions better? Su Qianlu asked in a whisper when she saw Sherfong signing the contract. 20 bottles of life potion could solve many of Zero Wing's problems. Not only could older generation experts like Sherfong recover their youth, but they could also sell some of the life potions for money. The money they could get from just one life potion could cover the salaries of Zero Wing's internal members for several months. Star coins? This clearly wasn't a currency of their world. They couldn't even eat these so-called star coins, let alone exchange them for things. No, the 1 million star coins are much better, Sherfong quietly answered, shaking his head. Moreover, the value of star coins will only go up in the future. Star coins might be foreign to people who hadn't integrated into the greater world. However, it should be known that star coins were one of the main currencies used in the greater world. Meanwhile, the value of star coins was far greater than the credits used on Earth. Once the passage leading to the greater world opened in the real world, credits would quickly start to lose their value. This was because only the greater world's currencies could be used to purchase items and maintain a living in the greater world. Hence, before the value of credits crumbled completely, he needed to get his hands on as many star coins as possible. Otherwise, once their world thoroughly merged with the greater world and people were forced to earn star coins to survive, Zero Wing would quickly collapse on itself. Meanwhile, out of the various currencies used in the greater world, star coins were incredibly valuable. The average person working in the greater world would be fortunate to earn 500 star coins a month. A fortune of 1 million star coins was something the average person would never get to see. As for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, these were items commonly seen in the greater world. So long as one had enough star coins, one could buy an endless supply of these potions. With the Galaxy Corporation's membership, one could buy potions of even higher grades without limit. So, exchanging star coins for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions was no different than putting the cart before the horse. Moreover, Flanders' offer was also a kind of test. The other party was testing him to see whether he was an ignorant native or someone who truly knew about the greater world. On the other side, after Flanders returned to the Tower Alliance's team, he turned to look at Sherfong with a look of interest and confusion. "Miss Fry is asking for you. Vice Guild Leader Flanders," Maria reported. "Okay, I'll head over right away," Flanders said, nodding. Then he looked toward Maria and asked, "Maria, why did you initially assume that Black Flame isn't a player from an isolated world? What is the basis for your assumption?" After thinking for a moment, Maria answered, "It's because he knows much more about the stratified abyssal realm than the Tower Alliance. This information simply isn't something that you can find in an isolated world. So, Team Leader Bloodhammer and I felt that Mr. Black Flame might not be a player from an isolated world. Moreover, Mr. Black Flame is a fourth-floor expert. It is exceedingly difficult for an isolated world to give birth to an expert of such caliber, much less let this player abandon his progress and enter a stratified abyssal realm. He understands more about the stratified abyssal realm than we do." Flanders fell silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "This is truly interesting. Even though he comes from an isolated world, not only does he know about the stratified abyssal realm, but he also knows the value of star coins. He can even bring players out of the stratified abyssal realm. Guild Leader Black Flame is definitely hiding many more secrets we do not know. It seems it's not a loss to help him out this time." After saying so, Flanders made his way toward a beautiful female elementalist standing in the distance. Meanwhile, after conversing with the woman known as Miss Fry for a moment, Flanders gathered everyone in the plaza. "Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for accepting my personal commission. As for compensation, I have already had the Tower Alliance inform everyone present. So long as we complete the operation according to plan, I will pay everyone half of the agreed compensation even if the operation fails. If we succeed, I will offer additional rewards based on your individual performances," Fry, dressed in a silvery gray mage's robe, said as she scanned the crowd gathered before her. "However, if I find any of you deliberately messing up, I will let this person regret living in this world. If nobody has any questions, let the legendary crusade begin." Frey's offer was incredibly hard to refuse. Moreover, there were so many Tier 6 God-ranked experts gathered. Even if they were tackling a legendary crusade quest, completing it wouldn't be too difficult. So, nobody present voiced any objections. Most of the gathered players were even eagerly awaiting the start of the operation. After seeing that everyone was in agreement, Fry nodded and retrieved a bronze-colored wooden staff from her bag. The instant the wooden staff appeared, everyone in the plaza could feel their souls trembling in fear and trepidation. Even beyond domain realm experts like Munghao and Flanders were somber expressions on their faces. "Isn't this the Nether Cell?" Sherfong was indescribably shocked when he saw the wooden staff in Frey's hands. A divine artifact. an item that far surpassed legendary weapons and could cause even Tier 6 gods to fight for. According to rumors, a Tier 6 player wielding a divine artifact could go up against even ancient gods. Meanwhile, Nethercell was even one of God's domain's 9 great divine artifacts, an item capable of shattering an entire god's domain soul in one hit. However, Sherfong quickly snapped out of his daze as he realized that the staff in Frey's hands wasn't the real Nethercell. Specifically, it was only a fragment of Nethercell. Otherwise, there was no way Tier 3 players could withstand its presence. Even a god-ranked expert who had reverted to Tier 3 would instantly lose consciousness if they stood within the presence of a true divine artifact. At the same time as Sherfong had snapped out of his daze, Frey had also finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. Immediately, a 60-meter-tall door of the dead appeared in the middle of the plaza. Then, the doors made of gigantic bones gradually opened and released a terrifying aura. Sensing this aura allowed everyone to understand how scary a scene was behind the doors. Before everyone could recover from the door of the dead's intimidation, a 20-meter-long skeletal arm reached out from the other side. The aura of the skeletal arm released, causing everyone to hallucinate the descent of death. When Sherfong looked at the gigantic skeletal arm, the eyes of reality revealed all of its data. Another king? TL notes, the greater God's domain and greater world are two different things. The greater God's domain is a virtual world, while the greater world is a real world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3161_time passed bit by bit in the plaza. Eventually, a 60-meter-tall skeleton wearing a starry cloak and holding a trident appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the skeleton, everyone present gasped. Time passed bit by bit in the plaza. Eventually, a 60-meter-tall skeleton wearing a starry cloak and holding a trident appeared before everyone. Upon seeing the skeleton, everyone present gasped. Diaclo, Undead Nether King, Level 1, 20 HP, 300 billion. What? A Nether King? How are we supposed to beat a Nether King with only Tier 3 players? Blackie felt his sanity seeping away as he looked at the Nether King Diaclo. For a moment, he even suspected that Frey, who had planned for this challenge, was insane. After all, she was asking them to challenge a Tier 5 Nether King as Tier 3 players. This is a legendary crusade quest. Lu Wuxing was similarly shocked by this situation. Legendary quests were extremely rare in God's domain, and legendary crusade quests were even rarer. Legendary crusade quests were so rare that Lu Wuxing had never even seen one before, though he did know of a guild that had challenged one before, Mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds. Mythology was the only guild known to have challenged a legendary crusade quest in their god's domain. However, Mythology had kept a tight lip on the legendary crusade quest. So, besides the members who had participated in the challenge, nobody knew about the quest's details. The only thing everyone knew was that Mythology had suffered severe losses. As for Wu Lingling, Lin Yaoyue, and the other players who had only ever reached Tier 3 or Tier 4 on the main continent, their bodies shook with fear when they looked at the Nether King before them. A Tier 5 monster. Such monsters were incredibly rare in God's domain. The average Tier 3 and Tier 4 player would rarely get to encounter a Tier 5 monster. For those who had the misfortune to come across one, they'd usually have their souls shattered and destroyed. Meanwhile, if one wanted to defeat a Tier 5 monster, the bare minimum one would need was a Tier 4 team that was armed to the teeth or a force of several Tier 5 players. This was because Tier 5 monsters had the strength to alter terrains with their every move. They had the strength to single-handedly destroy an entire kingdom. They were no longer existences that individual players could challenge. Erect the barrier as planned. Other teams, get ready to deal with the other monsters that come out. Flanders calmly commanded as he grabbed the spear on his back and raised it. He did not show any signs of wavering even when facing Diaclo. Immediately, the 10,000 experts in the plaza began to move. At the same time, a gigantic magic array appeared in the sky, covering the entire plaza. Meanwhile, along with the magic array's appearance, Diaclo started to weaken rapidly. In only seconds, the Nether King's HP had fallen from 300 billion to just 150 billion. As for the 100 level 120 mythic monsters that had come out of the Door of the Dead, their basic attributes had similarly fallen by 50%. Because of this, the many teams in the plaza didn't even need to mobilize their god-ranked experts to stop the mythic monsters and prevent them from supporting Diaclo. What a powerful magic barrier! Galaxy Past's eyes widened in shock when he saw how much weaker the Nether King and the many mythic monsters had become. As someone who used to be a Tier 5 expert on the main continent, he had fought against Tier 5 monsters before. However, never had he seen or heard of a magic barrier capable of having a Tier 5 monster's basic attributes. A threefold Grandmaster magic array. This is indeed a very lavish move, Shifeng said, nodding. Grandmaster magic arrays were extremely rare, and even a Grandmaster magicians would face great difficulty trying to produce an ordinary Grandmaster magic array. Firstly, it was because of the limited materials available. Secondly, it was because producing a Grandmaster magic array consumed a lot of time. As for a threefold, large-scale Grandmaster magic array, its value was no less than 2 fragmented legendary weapons. Moreover, it was only a one-time use item. Indeed, one use was equivalent to expending 2 fragmented legendary weapons. You have very sharp eyes, Guild Leader Black Flame, Flanders said, smiling as he walked over to Shifeng. This is the threefold world sealing magic array that only the Tower Alliance can produce. It can reduce even a Tier 5 dragon's basic attributes by a minimum of 30%. A Tier 6 player would need at least 100 attacks to break it. It can even trap Tier 6 players for some time. Hidden Soul was slightly astonished when she heard Flanders' explanation. Tier 6 god-ranked experts were the pinnacle of strength for players in God's domain. Aside from a Holy City-level Guild City's defensive magic array, hardly anything could stop a Tier 6 god-ranked expert's attack. If Tier 6 god-ranked experts fought each other, the shockwaves of their attacks could destroy even a city that was located over 10,000 yards away and turn a radius of several tens of thousands of yards into a desolate wasteland. So one could easily imagine how powerful the attacks of Tier 6 god-ranked experts were. Yet, the threefold world-sealing magic array could defend against a Tier 6 god-ranked expert's attack for some time. This was simply unbelievable. But I doubt that's enough to defeat a Tier 5 Nether King, right? Shifeng said with a puzzled expression. If Tier 3 players could defeat a Tier 5 monster by relying only on one magic array, Tier 5 monsters wouldn't be regarded as disasters. Indeed, it'll be impossible to do so, Flanders said, nodding. Then he looked toward Fry, who suddenly lifted the wooden staff in her hand and said reverentially, "But with the trump card Miss Fry has prepared, taking down a Tier 5 Nether King won't be impossible." As soon as Flanders finished speaking, magic arrays started appearing around Fry, their numbers quickly going past 30. Every one of these magic arrays was composed of a different element. Once these magic arrays took shape, they linked with each other to form a threefold magic array covering a 100-yard radius. Subsequently, 7 soul spears emerged from the void and stabbed Diaclo, causing the Nether King's aura to weaken even further. Eventually, Diaclo had become so weak that the fear in everyone's hearts vanished. 7 soul annihilation spears. With such a high concentration standard, she must have already reached the 3-star Grandmaster realm. Shifeng exclaimed when he saw the heavily injured Diaclo. The divine artifact, Nether Soul, had 3 main abilities, and one of them was the Soul Annihilation Spear. Although the Nether Soul Fry wielded was only a fragment, which, in turn, reduced the power and complexity of the Soul Annihilation Spears it summoned, it would still be incredibly challenging to form a soul annihilation spear. This was because the construction of every soul annihilation spear expended a significant amount of concentration. According to rumors, the average mental strength master couldn't even construct one soul annihilation spear, while a 3-star mental strength master could only construct the frame of a soul annihilation spear. At the very least, one would need to Grandmaster realm in mental strength development to construct a complete soul annihilation spear. Meanwhile, a complete soul annihilation spear could annihilate the soul of a Tier 4 creature and injure the soul of a Tier 5 creature. As for Frey's ability to summon 7 soul annihilation spears, Sherfong doubted anyone beneath a 3-star mental strength grandmaster could accomplish such a feat, that's right. Flanders nodded, feeling very surprised as he looked at Sherfong. He didn't think Sherfong could discern Frey's attack and strength so accurately. Miss Frey's concentration is incredibly powerful. She is a peerless genius among her generation, even in the greater world. This is also why Miss Frey dared to challenge a legendary crusade quest. In front of the soul annihilation spears, even a Tier 5 Nether King will suffer serious soul damage and have its combat power reduced to just being close to the Tier 5 standard. At this standard, we can definitely whittle the Nether King to death with so many players. Sherfong was inwardly awed by this situation. Only a corporation like the Galaxy Corporation could possibly afford to hire over 10,000 peak experts and 200 god-ranked experts. After Frey had heavily injured Diaclo with her 7 soul annihilation spears, several level 1 20 god-ranked experts, equipped with fragmented legendary equipment, stepped forward with their shields raised, intending to stop the Nether King's advance toward Frey. Boom! However, as soon as Diaclo swung the trident it wielded, 3 level 1 20 god-ranked MTs were instantly reduced to ashes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3162 _ They died. They died. Didn't the soul annihilation spears damage its soul? No, it was acting. Its soul isn't heavily damaged. When the players in the plaza saw the 3 level 1 20 MTs getting eliminated and the grin that had suddenly formed on Diaclo's face, they instantly understood what was going on. The various experts from the Desolate Star God's domain were no strangers to the 3 MTs who were just killed. This was because all 3 MTs were god-ranked experts equipped with at least 1 fragmented legendary item. Combined with their higher races, they could defend against the attacks of even superior mythic monsters of the same level if they worked together. Although the Nether King's attacks would still be stronger than the average superior mythic of the same level, even if its soul was heavily damaged, it still shouldn't have the ability to eliminate those 3 MTs in one attack. The only explanation was that Diaclo's soul wasn't actually heavily injured. Foolish humans, did you think that I would cross the Netherworld gate unprepared? Diaclo said mockingly as it gazed at Frey with its glowing red eyes. I will turn all of you into my puppets and have you assist me in taking over this world. 1. As soon as Diaclo finished speaking, a ripple of power spread from the trident it wielded. Immediately afterward, 10 level 120 superior mythics emerged from the Netherworld gate. Revenant Manipulator, Undead Superior Mythic, level 1, 20 HP, 60 billion. Damn it, why did it have to be Revenant Manipulators? It's over. A Revenant Manipulator is no different than an army of 10,000. With 10 Revenant Manipulators, everyone's complexion paled when they saw the 10 Revenant Manipulators emerging from the Netherworld gate. Even Minghao and Flanders revealed grave expressions. Revenant Manipulators might have below-average individual strength among superior mythic monsters, but they had unparalleled summoning capabilities. One Revenant Manipulator could effortlessly summon an undead army to destroy an entire city. 10 Revenant Manipulators could summon an army of 100,000 undead and destroy an entire kingdom. Although all of the players present were peak experts or above and their numbers exceeded 10,000, even the weakest undead summoned by a revenant manipulator was a great lord. This meant they had to go up against an army of 100,000 level 120 great lords. To make matters worse, the Boundary Mountain Range's environment was also restricting them. Even an army of 10,000 peak experts would die from exhaustion if they had to fight against 100,000 great lords under such restrictions. Not to mention, the revenant manipulators could continue summoning more undead even after their initial summons were killed. The Tower Alliances and Bright Dragons teams will distract the Nether King. Everyone else, defeat the revenant manipulators as quickly as possible. Do not let them summon their revenant protectors, Flanders quickly commanded after analyzing the situation. As soon as Flanders finished speaking, everyone in the plaza returned to their senses and acted according to Flanders' orders. Everyone might be afraid of the revenant manipulators, but the real headache in this battle was Diaclo. If nobody could keep Diaclo in check, it was only a matter of time before the Nether King annihilated everyone here. However, so long as someone could keep Diaclo distracted, completing this legendary crusade quest wasn't entirely out of the question. Immediately, the many teams in the plaza split up and targeted the 10 revenant manipulators under the lead of their respective god-ranked experts. They needed to interrupt the revenant manipulators' summoning magic before the superior mythics managed to summon their revenant protectors. The revenant protectors were the revenant manipulators' strongest trump card. It wasn't only because revenant protectors were mythic monsters. So long as the revenant protectors remained on the battlefield, the revenant manipulators would receive a magic barrier that would protect them from all damage. Unless the revenant protectors were eliminated, it'd be impossible to damage the revenant manipulators. Subsequently, the many teams led by god-ranked experts charged into the tens of thousands of Great Lord-ranked undead and quickly cut open a path to the undead manipulators. The sight was so spectacular that it shocked even veteran experts like Su Qianlu, Rampant Blade, Blackie, Lin Yaoyue, and Zhui Yalan. Great Lord-ranked undead were nothing in the outside world. However, this place was the Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level. Players' stamina and concentration were no different than an ordinary person's here. Even a Refinement Realm expert would lose to a Great Lord ranked undead in a one-on-one fight in this situation. However, the many teams tore through the defensive lines of the tens of thousands of Great Lord ranked undead as if they did not exist, reaching the revenant manipulators in only 5 seconds. The 100-plus god-ranked experts, in particular, reached the revenant manipulators in only 5 seconds, their grasp over their surrounding space and stamina reaching an unbelievable level. On the other side, the performance of Flanders and Menghao's teams allowed Galaxy Past and Lu Wuxing to understand just how big of a gap there existed between hegemonic powers and their homeworld's various superpowers. The two simply couldn't be compared to one another. With the help of a magic array formed by 16 god-ranked experts, Flanders summoned a gigantic phantom of himself to fight Diaclo. Although Flanders' phantom was only 20 meters tall, a paltry size compared to the Nether King's 60-meter-tall frame, the phantom wielded strength greater than even Tyr for mythic monsters. As soon as his phantom took shape, Flanders brandished his spear and sent 9 gigantic shadow serpents striking at Diaclo, his attack forcing the Nether King to halt its advance and block the 9 attacks. While blocking the 9th attack, Diaclo's body even froze for a moment. Evidently, the power of Flanders' 9th attack had already exceeded the Nether King's defensive threshold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Menghao worked together with the god-ranked experts of his team to summon purple gold chains from the void. Not only did these chains restrict Diaclo's movements, but they also lowered the Nether King's reaction speed significantly. This, in turn, caused Diaclo to have an even more difficult time keeping up with the attacks of Flanders' phantom, allowing the Elven Knight to land attacks that caused over 20 million damage on the Nether King. As expected of hegemonic powers, The extent of their foundations far exceeded the various superpowers. Gluttony inwardly exclaimed when he saw Diaclo getting pinned down. Even if the 5 great super guilds joined forces, they'd still have no way of fighting a Tier 5 monster with only Tier 3 players. Yet, the Tower Alliance and Bright Dragon had accomplished this feat. They had even put the Nether King into a disadvantageous position. Meanwhile, the sight of Diaclo being overwhelmed boosted the confidence of the many teams on the plaza. Only, before everyone could start to celebrate, 10 seconds after the Tower Alliance and Bright Dragon engaged Diaclo, the Nether King suddenly raised its trident in annoyance and dyed the sky crimson. Immediately afterward, all mana within a 1,000-yard radius of Diaclo froze. This, in turn, caused all players within the affected area to lose control over their surrounding mana. Because of this situation, Flanders Phantom, which was created using a magic array, rapidly shrunk in size and strength. As for the mana chains summoned by Bright Dragon's teams, they became so fragile that the Nether King tore them apart easily. Subsequently, Diaclo's hands suddenly ignited with black flames. The instant these black flames appeared, every player in the plaza could sense their soul growing restless. Before anyone could react, Diaclo launched these black flames at a random group of several hundred players, the flames enveloping these players and killing them instantly. However, it was apparent that these players did not die a normal death, as everyone could see the souls of these players being burned and erased by the black flames. Not good. This is soul fire. Run. Nobody knew which player said these words. However, the instant these words appeared, many players promptly fled out of the plaza, none daring to stay for even a moment longer. Soul fire. This was one of the few powers capable of destroying a player's soul. So long as a player got killed by soul fire, their soul would be eradicated, and they'd have to start over their progress in God's domain from scratch. Of course, if a player's tier was sufficiently high and their soul was sufficiently strong, they might only lose a few levels or be prohibited from logging into God's domain for a certain period of time. However, if a Tier 3 player got killed by soul fire, there would definitely be nothing left of them. The compensation Fry offered might be excellent, but it wasn't worthwhile if obtaining it came at the cost of all of their progress. Not to mention, the details of the commission never mentioned the operation being so dangerous. In no time at all, more than half of the teams in the plaza had withdrawn from the battlefield. This is completely different from what we agreed, Lady Fry. We cannot gamble our entire team for only some star coins. So forgive us for taking our leave, Minghao said to Fry. When he saw the ugly complexion on Frey's face, he knew that even Fry did not expect the Nether King to have a soul fire. So, after leaving behind an excuse, he promptly withdrew from the plaza with his team. Retreat. As for the Flower of Seven Sins and some of the remaining teams, they, too, started to retreat after seeing Bright Dragon's team retreating. Although they would still lose some of their members while retreating, it was much better than getting annihilated. Several seconds after Diaclo started attacking with its soul fire, a majority of the teams had already fled out of the plaza. Now, less than 3,000 players remained in the plaza. We should quickly retreat as well, Vice Guild Leader, Maria hurriedly said to Flanders when she saw that Flanders' Phantom was close to faltering. The Tower Alliance might stand to gain a lot more than the other teams, since it was the overseer of the commission this time, but it definitely wasn't worth sacrificing an entire team for some star coins. Not to mention, there was no way they could defeat the Nether King in their current state. The Tower Alliance had already fulfilled its duty to Miss Fry and the various powers to the best of its abilities by staying until now. While Flanders was hesitating to make a decision, Diaclo suddenly lashed out at Fry with its trident, the Nether King's attack so abrupt that it had caught Flanders completely off guard. If Fry hadn't used 7 soul annihilation spears simultaneously just now, she would have had more than enough energy to dodge this attack from the Nether King. However, in her current exhausted state, all she could do was watch as the trident descended on her. Just as the humongous trident was about to reach Fry, an equally massive great sword suddenly appeared in its path and stopped it. Although the collision of the two massive weapons had turned the surrounding space into an empty void, the great sword had successfully stopped the trident in its path. Guild leader Black Flame? When Flanders followed the origin of the mana used to form and manipulate the massive greatsword, he found that the person controlling the greatsword was none other than Zero Wings Guild leader. TL notes: 1 Netherworld Gate. This is most definitely referring to the Door of the Dead mentioned in the previous chapter. However, I'm not sure if the author simply forgot he used Door of the Dead in chapter 233 or if this is another name for the Door of the Dead. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Azura Strongest? Chapter 235, Azura Strongest? TL notes: made a correction in Chapter 230, July 4th, 2022 original. Numerous powers were gathered at the plaza where the divine statue was situated. Corrected version: numerous powers were gathered at the plaza located on top of the divine statue's head. Boundary mountain range, 2nd underground level, outside the divine statue plaza. A 1,000-man team was currently making its way up the staircase lining the divine statue to reach the plaza on top of the divine statue's head. Then, around 2,000 yards away from the plaza, the team erected a magic barrier to stop for a quick break. Why are there so many void creatures flying around the divine statue? Why do Azura's members have so much stamina? We have significantly more players than them, so we should be able to conserve more stamina than they can logically. Yet they managed to shake us off easily. They've probably already reached the uppermost plaza by now, Taiyue said as she looked up at the distant plaza with an envious gaze. According to the information the Flower of Seven Sins just shared, various powers from the two gods' domain were currently gathered at the uppermost plaza to complete a VIP's commission. Among them included the various powers from the several great alliances. Meanwhile, so long as these powers could complete the VIP's commission, they'd have a much easier time establishing a foothold in the greater god's domain. However, the several great alliances had kept their lips shut on this matter to prevent others from getting a cut in the action. By the time World Dominators and Blackwater learned of this commission, everything was already too late. Although they've already done their best to hurry to the plaza on top of the divine statue, they still couldn't reach the plaza in time to participate in the commission. Do you honestly think Azura's team will have the qualifications to participate in the commission, little girl? The Flower of Seven Sins Death Omen said contemptuously and rolled her eyes when she overheard Taiyue's words. You must have seen the other gods' domains players we passed by on our way here. The overall standard of the other side's players is much higher than ours. A force of 8 god-ranked experts might be powerful on our side, but it is only one of many teams among the other side's various superpowers. Without a recommendation, Azura's team won't even qualify to participate in the commission. The VIP's commission might be extended to all powers originating from the two gods' domain, but the authority to verify whether a power was qualified to participate in the commission lay in the hands of the Desolate Star Gods' domain's two hegemonic powers. In other words, without the two hegemonic powers agreement, a power couldn't even qualify for the commission. The several great alliances managed to qualify for the commission because they had gotten in touch with the Bright Dragon Guild, one of Desolate Star's two hegemonic powers, very early on. Among them, the Flower of Seven Sins even had something that interested Bright Dragon. When Thousand Swords and Jing Yang overheard Death Omen's words, the two kept silent because they understood that what the woman said was most likely true. They also no longer hoped to be able to participate in the commission. The only reason they continued following the several great alliances' 1,000-man team even now was so that they could hopefully get acquainted with some of the Desolate Star Gods' domain's powers. Unlike ordinary superpowers, World Dominators and Blackwater knew a connection had already formed between their world and the greater world. They also knew that their world would eventually merge with the greater world, and everyone on Earth would inevitably have to live in the greater world. If world dominators in Blackwater could establish a certain degree of partnership with the desolate star god's domain's superpowers, it'd be of immense help to them in God's domain and the real world. After all, the desolate star god's domain's real world had become connected to the greater world long ago. By now, Desolate Star's players had already established a foundation for themselves in the greater world. This was a stark contrast to the players of their world, who had hardly anything in the greater world. After their short conversation, Death Omen and the others continued their ascent and quickly reached the plaza on top of the divine statue's head. As soon as they arrived, the sight of several thousand players frantically fleeing out of the spacious plaza greeted them. Death Omen even spotted a familiar figure among these fleeing players. What's going on? Death Omen grew confused when she saw Gluttony fleeing out of the plaza. Gluttony was tasked with leading the flower of Seven Sins experts to participate in the commission at the divine statue's plaza. Yet, Gluttony was now fleeing out of the plaza with his team. Moreover, aside from Gluttony, Death Omen also noticed many God-ranked experts among the fleeing crowd, their numbers easily exceeding 100. Aside from Death Omen, Qiang Tianha, Thousand Swords, and the others were also flabbergasted by the scene. Although they had long known that the desolate star god's domain was much more powerful than their god's domain, they didn't think the other side would be this powerful. God-ranked experts were no different than cabbages in this place, with every team having at least 2 or 3. The desolate star god's domain circumstances were completely different from their god's domain. Quickly retreat. We can no longer stay in this place. Gluttony shouted when he saw Death Omen's group at the staircase's entrance. However, Gluttony's reminder didn't get much of a response from Death Omen and the others. This was because their attention was drawn toward the gigantic skeleton in the middle of the plaza. Nether King Diaclo. They could clearly sense the Nether Kings, might even from over 1,000 yards away. Not to mention, Diaclo was still wielding its soul fire even until now. However, compared to the Nether King that could easily extinguish players' souls, what astonished Death Omen, and the others even more, was the man who had stopped Diaclo's attack with a gigantic sword. How did he do it? Death Omen's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sherfong. At Tier 3, even a God-ranked expert would be nothing but an ant that could be crushed instantly in front of a Tier 5 monster. It wouldn't matter even if the Tier 5 monster in question was being suppressed. There was no way a Tier 3 player could single-handedly block and survive the attack of a Tier 5 monster. Yet, Sherfong had actually accomplished this feat. For a moment, Death Omen even started to wonder if Sherfong was still a Tier 3 player or if he had secretly completed his tier for promotion already. Meanwhile, Thousand Swords and Jingyang also gaped in shock at this scene. After seeing Shimmering Sword's over-the-top performance previously, they thought that Shimmering Sword was undoubtedly the Azura Mercenary Alliance's strongest player. After all, the woman already had the strength to go up against an entire superpower all by herself. Yet, Sherfong had blocked the attack of a Tier 5 Nether King. What was up with this situation? As for Flanders, who stood in the middle of the plaza, he was both surprised and relieved to see Sherfeng's extraordinary strength. After all, if Frey's soul were to get erased, the Tower Alliance would be doomed. In fact, everyone participating in the operation would most likely meet a tragic fate. While everyone inside and outside the plaza had fallen silent, Sherfong suddenly looked toward the exhausted Fry and asked, "Would you like to make a deal, Miss Fry?" As soon as Sherfong finished speaking, Flanders couldn't help but have the urge to roll his eyes. He couldn't believe that Sherfong was trying to make a deal with Fry in this situation rather than think of a way to get out of the plaza alive. A deal? Fry wasn't a pampered princess. Although she was surprised by the strength Sherfong displayed, she quickly calmed down and asked, "What kind of deal?" "If we can defeat Diaclo, I want half of the Nether King's loot and the right to have first pick over one item," Sherfong said without any reservations. What is he thinking? Maria, who stood next to Fry, widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Sherfong. She felt that Sherfong must have lost his mind to try to bargain with Fry. If the Galaxy Corporation's fourth princess got angry, she could even make the people of their two worlds vanish forever, let alone the Tower Alliance. However, Sherfong was convinced that Fry wanted to kill Diaclo, and if she missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Moreover, Fry should know that the raid was doomed to fail now that most of the teams here were thinking about running for their lives. So now was the best opportunity for Sherfong to get his hands on some of the Nether King's loot. Tier 5 monsters were very rare in God's domain. This was the case even in the greater God's domain. However, all Tier 5 monsters found in the greater God's domain or special worlds that connected multiple God's domains, such as the miniature ancient world, would have a great chance of dropping a cross-border guild promotion order. This was an item that could directly promote a basic cross-border guild into a bronze cross-border guild, granting the guild privileges that a basic cross-border guild could only dream of having. The status of a bronze cross-border guild was also crucial in allowing guilds to establish a foothold in the greater world. Now that the world passage's opening was fast approaching, if he were to miss out on this opportunity, he'd have to wait until he entered the greater God's domain before he could obtain a cross-border guild promotion order. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3164_ after hearing Sherfeng's offer. A look of hesitation appeared on Frey's face as she watched Sherfong holding back the Nether King. After hearing Sherfeng's offer, a look of hesitation appeared on Frey's face as she watched Sherfong holding back the Nether King. You can have half of the Nether King's loot, but I cannot give you first pick on the loot, Fry said resolutely after taking a deep breath. However, I can give you 5 million star coins as compensation. When the players from the Desolate Star God's domain heard Frey's counteroffer, a look of envy immediately appeared on their faces. Even Flanders couldn't help but look at Fry in astonishment, not expecting Fry to be willing to offer such a high price. It should be known that the Tower Alliance was only offered 3 million star coins to take on this commission. Of course, Flanders and the others also understood that Sherfong was most likely the only person capable of going up against Diaclo right now. No other team or player present had the strength to survive the Nether King's attacks. Not to mention, most of the participating teams had fled the plaza already. So, the offer of 5 million star coins was completely understandable. At this time, even Sherfong was a little stunned. He didn't think Fry would make him such a lucrative offer. Although he yearned for a cross-border guild promotion order, the promotion order was nowhere near worth 5 million star coins. Deal, Sherfong answered without hesitation. Sherfong was confident he could defeat Diaclo because of the Tower Alliance's magic barrier and Frey's soul annihilation spears. Without either of these factors, it'd be impossible for him to defeat the Nether King. Hence, had Fry refused his offer, his only option would be to escape. Now that Fry had made him an even better offer, he'd be a fool to throw this opportunity away. You're too amazing, guild leader. With this, we just earned 100 life potions. Su Qianlu said excitedly through the team chat. A sum of 100 life potions was something that could make the various international corporations' jaws drop. Zero Wing could even become a major corporation by relying on these 100 life potions. As for Sherfeng's ability to block Diaclo's attack, anyone who had seen the fight between Sherfong and Solitary Soul in the stratified abyssal realm wouldn't be surprised. After all, aside from not having any Tier 4 skills or spells, Sherfong was no different than a Tier 4 player already. In terms of the strength attribute, he was even superior to the average Tier 4 expert. Otherwise, he couldn't have defeated Solitary Soul, who had become a bona fide Tier 4 player. The Nether King might be an insurmountable opponent for Tier 3 players. Still, now that its basic attributes were weakened by 30% and its soul was injured to a certain extent, Even Tier 4 experts had a chance of defeating it, let alone a monster like Sherfong. Meanwhile, Lu Wuxing and Galaxy Past couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock after seeing this turn of events. They didn't think that Sherfong could actually hold his ground against a Tier 5 Nether King, his strength in no way inferior to Shimmering Sword. If Sherfong had such strength, even if the Flower of Seven Sins' 3 commanders attacked him together, the only outcome awaiting them would be death. "All right, everyone, get moving," Sherfong said to his team with a faint smile. "I'll keep the Nether King busy while the rest of you attack its blind spots." Following Sherfeng's command, everyone in Sherfeng's team went into action. Sherfong took on the Nether King from the front, while Laura Crater, Echoing Judgment, Hidden Soul, and the other God-ranked experts attacked the Nether King from its sides. Everyone else coordinated their attacks with the God-ranked experts from a distance. For a time, the Nether King could be seen stopped in its tracks by Sherfeng's team, unable to target Fry any longer. Its HP was even steadily decreasing with time. What a powerful team! They've managed to stop a Tier 5 Nether King with only a 100-man team of Tier 3 players? Could they be from some hegemonic power from the greater God's domain? So that's why the Tower Alliance's team took the initiative to greet those people. When the other teams in the plaza saw Sherfeng's team successfully pinning down the Nether King, curiosity immediately filled their minds. The feat of pinning down a Tier 5 Nether King with only a 100-man team of Tier 3 players was something not even the Desolate Star God's domain's 2 hegemonic powers could accomplish. Yet, Sherfeng's team had accomplished it. This meant that Sherfeng's team should have extraordinary origins. Good. Now that the Nether King is kept busy, everyone else focus on eliminating the Revenant manipulators. When Flanders saw this turn of events, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he promptly commanded the remaining teams in the plaza to relaunch their offensive. Although there were significantly fewer teams in the plaza than before, due to the Tower Alliance's team's participation, the process of eliminating the Revenant manipulators was not the slightest bit slower than before. In less than 20 minutes, all 10 Revenant manipulators were defeated. Diaclo's HP bar had also decreased by a lot, the Nether King having only 70% of its HP left. This situation caused the various teams that had long since fled out of the plaza to grow incredibly envious. Damn it, why didn't we stay a little longer just now? With this, not only did we lose half of our team, but we're not even getting any compensation. A crusade quest differed from a normal boss raid out in the fields. Once the boss of a crusade quest was summoned, the raid would begin, and a combat zone would be designated. If players were to leave this combat zone during the raid, they would be prohibited from entering the combat zone again afterward. Of course, players who weren't in the combat zone from the beginning would also be prohibited from taking part in the raid. The combat zone for the legendary Crusade quest was limited to the Divine Statue Plaza. Since their teams had fled out of the plaza, they naturally couldn't participate in the Nether King raid anymore. Moreover, since they fled in the middle of the raid, it went without saying that they wouldn't receive any compensation from Fry. After all, they had taken the initiative to give up on the commission before Fry had declared the operation a failure. He did it on purpose. Black Flame must have done it on purpose. Flames of anger burned in Gluttony's eyes as he glared at Sherfeng's figure in the center of the plaza. When Diaclo was incinerating the various teams with its soul fire, Sherfong had chosen not to take action despite having the strength to stop the Nether King. Yet he had taken action as soon as the Flower of Seven Sins team had left the combat zone. Even a fool could tell that Zero Wing was targeting the Flower of Seven Sins and making sure that the Flower of Seven Sins did not receive any share of the commission's compensation. To make matters worse, the Flower of Seven Sins had lost nearly half its main force members to the Nether King. After such a devastating loss, the Flower of Seven Sins' exploration progress of the Boundary Mountain Range would definitely fall behind the various superpowers' main forces. "Don't worry, they won't succeed," Minghao said, chuckling as he looked at the distant Nether King. At the end of the day, Diaclo is still a Tier 5 monster. If those people had the ability to take care of a Tier 5 monster all by themselves, the Tower Alliance would have never invited Bright Dragon. Gluttony instantly calmed down after hearing Minghao's words. Tier 5 monsters were such challenging opponents that it would normally take a team of Tier 5 experts to bring one down. This was because players beneath Tier 5 would have a very difficult time surviving the Tier 5 skills and spells of a Tier 5 monster. Look, isn't this the beginning of the end? Meng Hao said as he pointed at the Nether King that had suddenly started chanting an incantation. The Tower Alliance didn't invite Bright Dragon to challenge this commission together out of the kindness of its heart. Instead, the Tower Alliance had done so because of a certain Tier 4 defensive magic scroll Bright Dragon possessed. Holy Realm. This was a Tier 4 defensive curse that summoned a barrier capable of withstanding even Tier 5 skills and spells used by a Tier 5 monster. However, now that Bright Dragon had already withdrawn from the operation, what would Shifeng use to stop the Nether King's Tier 5 spell? This is Rain of Stars, a Tier 5 destruction spell. When Flanders, who had just hurried back to Diaclo's side, saw the gigantic crimson magic array in the sky that essentially covered the entire plaza, his complexion paled instantly. Flanders did not forget that the Nether King could use Tier 5 skills and spells. Even so, he hadn't worried too much about this previously, since it was still possible to whittle Diaclo to death with their numbers advantage. However, Flanders never imagined Diaclo would use a Tier 5 destruction spell of all things. This attack alone was enough to annihilate every player in the plaza. Before Flanders could think of a way to salvage the situation, miniature stars that measured several dozen meters in radius began descending from the crimson magic array. Meanwhile, when Shifeng saw the several dozen descending stars, he unsheathed his other long sword, Blasphemer, and charged to the center of these stars without hesitation. Abyssal power. After letting out a low shout, Shifeng executed his defensive sword technique, Sword's Orbit. Subsequently, a galaxy of stars formed around Shifeng. Different from the descending miniature stars made of gigantic boulders, the stars formed around Shifeng were made of 4 or 5 sword lights each. When Shifeng used Sword's Orbit in his duel with Solitary Soul in the stratified Abyssal Realm, he executed the technique with only one sword. Because of that, the stars he created were only composed of 2 or 3 sword lights each, and the resulting power he exhibited was only at the level of a bronze combat technique. However, Shifeng was now executing the technique with 2 swords, which was the intended way of using Sword's Orbit. As a result, Sword's Orbit was now a sword technique that had officially stepped into the realm of silver combat techniques. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3165_boom. Boom, 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 boom. When the stars made of sword lights clashed with Diaclo's Rain of Stars, the space above the plaza shattered and transformed into a dark void. The resulting shockwaves of the clash caused even the players standing outside the plaza to stumble backward, and only God-ranked experts managed to keep their bodies steady. After the clash continued for around 10 seconds, the illumination in the entire second underground level dimmed as if night had descended on the area. Is that guy really just a Tier 3 player? Many of the players standing outside the plaza couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the lone figure standing steadily in midair. This was especially so when they also noticed that the other players in the plaza had lost a portion of their HPs to the shockwaves alone. This was a Tier 5 destruction spell cast by a Tier 5 monster they were talking about. Yet, Shifeng had stopped it completely. This accomplishment was enough to put him on par with the greater gods' domain's legendary individuals. It should be known that these legendary individuals were experts that even the greater gods' domain's hegemonic powers feared greatly. Every one of these individuals stood at the greater god's domain's apex. They also wielded great authority in the greater world. How is this possible? At this moment, Death Omen similarly looked at Shifeng in disbelief. Death Omen might be a god-ranked expert, but as one of the Flower of Seven Sins 7 commanders, she was well aware that there were significant differences even between god-ranked experts. The gap could be as big as the difference between a human and a dog, or possibly even more. This was why she had chosen to go under Supreme Sky, the Sin of Greed's commander. In the eyes of the average person, the various international corporations and the 5 great super guilds of their world might be unreachable and insurmountable existences. However, Death Omen knew that be it the various international corporations or the 5 great super guilds, they were still nothing but ants in the greater world. At most, they'd be slightly bigger-sized ants. Meanwhile, it was only a matter of time before their world merged with the greater world. If she wished to have a better chance at surviving and thriving in the greater world, her best bet would be to go under the wing of someone strong, like Supreme Sky. After all, competition in the greater world was much more intense than in their world. Only experts like Supreme Sky were sufficiently strong to be treated well in the greater world. As for weaker god-ranked experts, they could, at most, earn enough to get by if they couldn't find a strong backer to rely on. Hence, when Death Omen initially learned that Hidden Soul had chosen to join the Azura Mercenary Alliance and rely on some unknown outer world expert named Black Flame, she couldn't help but find the decision laughable and foolish. But now, the unknown outer world expert she had previously looked down on was not only single-handedly pinning down a Tier 5 Nether King, but he had also stopped a Tier 5 destruction spell completely. Meanwhile, he had accomplished all that while being only at Tier 3. With such strength, so long as Black Flame successfully reached Tier 6, even the greater world's top-tier corporations would treat him as a VIP. He stopped everything? Flanders was greatly surprised when he saw that the various teams had hardly suffered any casualties. At the same time, a hint of awe appeared in his eyes as he looked at Shifeng. Previously, Flanders had been of the opinion that Shifeng's only partnership value lay in his ability to bring players out of the stratified abyssal realm. However, after seeing Shifeng's performance against Diaclo, Flanders realized that Shifeng's value was much higher than he expected. Don't get too excited yet. I can only stop Diaclo for a limited amount of time, so you need to defeat the boss as quickly as possible, Shifeng hurriedly said when he swept his gaze across the plaza and saw the excited looks on everyone's faces. If you still have any trump cards saved up, you'd best use them now. Otherwise, none of us will be leaving this place alive. Everyone might think he had stopped Diaclo's attack with relative ease, but he was well aware of how much stamina he had exhausted just to stop the Nether King's Reign of Stars. Not to mention, he had used Abyssal Power to stop the Tier 5 spell. Abyssal Power only had a 3-minute duration. Once these 3 minutes were up, he could no longer block Tier 5 skills and spells even if he executed Sword's Orbit. It seems we cannot continue saving our strength. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Flanders promptly suppressed his excitement and said to his team, "Use all of the Tier 4 magic scrolls we prepared. Everyone who has berserk skills left unused, use them now. We must kill the boss before Black Flame reaches his limit." Following Flanders' command, the Tower Alliance's members activated their berserk skills, one after another. They also took out the Tier 4 magic scrolls in their possession and began bombarding the Nether King with Tier 4 attacks. As for the several dozen teams in the plaza, they similarly used their berserk skills and precious tools. For a time, over 1,000 Tier 4 magic scrolls and several thousand precious tools were being used as if they cost nothing. Then, attacks at the Tier 4 caliber bombarded Diaclo one after another, each attack reaping over 10 million of the Nether King's HP. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's members were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Tier 4 magic scrolls were typically treated as strategic items by the various superpowers, and the average superpower would at most have around 100 Tier 4 magic scrolls in their reserves. Yet now, Tier 4 magic scrolls were being used like they were Tier 3 magic scrolls. Seeing over 1,000 Tier 4 magic scrolls being used, even the several great alliances outside the plaza couldn't help but wince in pain. Not even the 5 great super guilds would dare to waste so many Tier 4 magic scrolls for a single raid. This was an act only superpowers from the desolate star god's domain, which was a god's domain superior to theirs, would dare to do. Diaclo's HP had fallen to 5% in less than 2 minutes. Although the Nether King had cast Tier 5 spells one after another throughout this period, Shifeng had blocked every one of its attacks with Sword's Orbit. However, Shifeng's complexion would also turn slightly paler with every Tier 5 spell he blocked. Quick! Only 5% to go. When Flanders saw Shifeng's pale white complexion and more experts getting killed by the residual power of Diaclo's Tier 5 spells, he knew that they were now in the final length of their race against time. Hence, he began executing silver combat techniques against the Nether King one after another, completely disregarding the massive toll he placed on his stamina and concentration. 5%, 3%, 1%. Unfortunately, before the various teams could bring down Diaclo, Shifeng succumbed to his exhaustion and powerlessly fell out of the air. To make matters worse, the Nether King had seemingly been waiting for this opportunity as it promptly started casting another rain of stars. Just when everyone had fallen into despair, Fry, who had been passively recovering in the middle of the plaza all this time, suddenly raised the staff in her hands. Wither away, soul flower. Immediately, translucent vines appeared from the void and wrapped around Diaclo, the thorns that covered the vines causing the Nether King's HP to plummet until nothing remained. This situation caught everyone off guard as nobody expected Fry to still have the strength to execute such a powerful attack. Only after using this move, Fry became so weak that she had to rely on her staff to stay standing. Meanwhile, along with Diaclo's death, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Regional system announcement: a player has killed Diaclo, the Netherworld's gatekeeper. Epic expansion pack, Myriad Worlds Descent activated. The update for the new expansion pack will begin in 15 minutes. The update will take 2 natural days. Please prepare to log out. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3166 _ Epic Expansion Pack. An epic expansion pack? The update is going to last for 2 days? What kind of expansion pack is this? There seems to be a general introduction from the system. Before the players in the plaza could celebrate their success in bringing down the Nether King, they were stunned by the abrupt announcement of the epic expansion pack. The information was so shocking that nobody even noticed they had all leveled up from the raid. System: once the epic expansion pack Myriad Worlds Descent activates, the miniature ancient world's various NPC cities will be open to the realm to which the miniature ancient world belongs. All players under level 120 from the realm will have one opportunity to enter the miniature ancient world. The world wall in the miniature ancient world will no longer prevent teleportation between the cities of the 2 domains. System: 10 natural days after the activation of the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack, the top of 2 worlds teleportation will open in the Boundary Mountain Range's 2nd underground level. All players at level 115 or above can teleport to the top of 2 worlds using this teleportation gate and explore the level 120+ maps there. Search hosted novel for the original. Although the system's text introduction only consisted of a few sentences, every player present couldn't help but feel surprised and shocked after reading it. Even Shifeng fell into a daze after reading the introduction. The merger got brought forward. A frown formed on Shifeng's face as he looked at the system notifications. Shifeng knew that it was only a matter of time before the 2 gods' domains connected to this miniature ancient world would start interacting with each other. However, what he did not expect was for it to happen so soon and on a much larger scale. This was no longer something as simple as the players of two gods' domains clashing. Instead, the scale of the conflict would be extended to cover the gods' domains of an entire realm. The danger ahead for their god's domain would likely be far greater than his initial expectations. There were many realms in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, each realm was home to at least 1,000 gods' domains. The realm God's domain belonged to was the Starlight Realm. According to the information he gathered during his previous life, there were 1,654 gods' domains in the Starlight Realm. Based on their size and average player standard, these gods' domains could be categorized into 3 groups: elementary, intermediate, and higher. Meanwhile, the Starlight Realm had 1,549 elementary gods' domains, 97 intermediate gods' domains, and 8 higher gods' domains. In the case of the Desolate Star God's domain, it could only be considered an intermediate god's domain if going solely by its player standards. It would even be ranked near the bottom of intermediate god's domains, and there were at least 100 gods' domains in the Starlight Realm that were stronger than the Desolate Star God's domain. After all, many elementary gods' domains had average player standards superior to intermediate gods' domains. Meanwhile, not only did the miniature ancient world possess legacies left behind by ancient gods, but it also contained the possessions of ancient gods. The miniature ancient world itself was also quite wealthy in resources. So, the miniature ancient world was a considerably tempting treasure trove even to the greater gods' domains' various powers. Originally, the struggle for the miniature ancient world only involved 2 gods' domains. Even if the Desolate Star God's domain was an open god's domain, players from other gods' domains would first need to gain the Desolate Star God's domain's permission before they could enter the miniature ancient world. Otherwise, they'd be annihilated by the Desolate Star God's domain's native powers before they could event each the miniature ancient world. However, once the Myriad Worlds Descent Expansion Pack took effect, the Starlight Realm's various gods' domain would no longer have to go through the Desolate Star God's domain to enter the miniature ancient world. At that time, the number of players and powers flooding into the miniature ancient world would be simply unimaginable. Right now, Feng even started to doubt whether their god's domain's mighty superpowers could survive the Myriad Worlds' descent. Crazy! This is crazy. How did things turn out like this? When Thousand Swords and the others saw the system notifications, their expressions turned incredibly somber. While it was great that they would have more opportunities to interact with the powers of other gods' domain, having the powers of so many gods' domain flood into the miniature ancient world was not good news. Instead, it was a nightmare. The miniature ancient world had limited space and NPC cities. At best, it could only accommodate the players of 3 or 4 gods' domains, not 1,000 or more. If players from so many gods' domains flooded into the miniature ancient world, even a fool could tell that competition would shoot through the roof. At that time, players and powers wouldn't just be competing for monsters and resources. They'd also have to compete, frantically, for living space. Weaklings might not even be able to continue surviving in the miniature ancient world. While everyone was shocked by the news of the epic expansion pack, Fry was the only one who had happily walked up to the Nether King's loot. She didn't care about the miniature ancient world's epic expansion pack in the slightest. The only thing in her eyes were the dozen or so items the Nether King dropped. Sure enough, it's here. A happy smile appeared on Frey's face when she saw a gray, withered seed among the dropped items. Immediately, she walked up to the withered seed, picked it up and put it into her spatial bag. Throughout this process, she didn't spare any of the items a single glance, even though every one of them radiated dense mana. You all did a good job this time. I will transfer all the promised compensation to your God's domain accounts afterward. For those without a God's domain account, you can contact the Tower Alliance, and they will resolve this problem for you, Fry said as she looked at the several hundred players that remained in the plaza. Then she turned to Feng, who was barely keeping himself standing, and continued, I will be taking this seed as per our agreement. You can have the rest of the loot. Consider it the Azura Mercenary Alliance's bonus compensation. As for the 5 million star coins, if you do not have a way to accept it, Flanders will help you solve it. After saying so, Fry seemingly didn't wish to spend even a moment longer in the Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level as she took out a Tier 5 teleportation scroll and activated it. A Tier 5 teleportation scroll was an item that even superpowers wouldn't dare dream of owning. Yet, Fry had used it without hesitation. Moreover, she didn't even use it to get herself out of a precarious situation. Instead, she used it simply to save herself some travel time. However, none of the Desolate Star Gods Domains players were surprised by Frey's extravagant behavior. On the contrary, they even felt it was an action befitting Fry. After all, Fry was the Galaxy Corporation's fourth princess. With her position's importance, she'd use even a Tier 6 teleportation scroll without hesitation as long as she could save time. Meanwhile, Sherfong didn't know what to say when he saw Frey's prodigal behavior. He felt that only someone like the Galaxy Corporation's heiress could treat something as precious as a Tier 5 teleportation scroll so nonchalantly. What should we do next, guild leader? Su Qianlu quietly asked as she looked at Sherfong. She was no longer the ignorant executive of a third-rate power anymore. After her trip to the stratified abyssal realm, she more or less knew what a realm was. Hence, she knew that the epic expansion pack's name of Myriad Worlds descent truly meant the descent of a myriad of worlds into the miniature ancient world. Everyone's tired. Don't think about anything for now and just go offline and rest, Sherfong said when he saw the anxiety on the faces of Su Qianlu and the others. We'll talk about future matters after we come back online. Everyone nodded and followed Sherfeng's instructions, choosing to log out of the game and rest. As for Sherfong, he stuffed the Nether King's loot into his spatial bag before similarly logging out of the game. After having used Sword's orbit so many times in a row, he was having trouble even staying conscious right now. So, he naturally wasn't in the mood to inspect the loot or care about anything else. However, although Sherfong wasn't in the mood to consider the new expansion pack, it was a different story for the rest of the miniature ancient world and the main continent. The Myriad Worlds Descent Expansion Pack's announcement quickly sparked a huge uproar. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3167 _ Boundary Mountain Range, second underground level, Divine Statue Plaza, Boundary Mountain Range, second underground level, Divine Statue Plaza. Am I hallucinating, teacher? Every god's domain in our realm will have access to our miniature ancient world. Doesn't that mean we can get in touch with the various gods' domains players? Tao Yue asked excitedly as she turned to look at Thousand Swords. As one of World Dominator's peak geniuses, she was privy to much more information than most players. So, she naturally knew that their god's domain and the Desolate Star God's domain weren't the only gods' domains in existence. Instead, there were many, many more gods' domains out there. Previously, the various superpowers had invested a considerable amount of manpower and resources into the miniature ancient world so that they could have a better time interacting with the Desolate Star Gods' domains' various powers. Meanwhile, the reason they were trying to interact with the Desolate Star Gods' domains' powers was so that they could learn more about the greater God's domain, which would, in turn, give them an easier time once their God's domain got integrated into the greater God's domain. However, according to the system notification, the new expansion pack would allow the players from many other gods' domains to enter the miniature ancient world directly. Not only would this give them a much easier time learning about the greater god's domain, but they would also have access to many more fortuitous opportunities than before. At this moment, even Gu Irin couldn't help but look forward to the expansion pack. There were two reasons why so many Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts were attracted to the miniature ancient world. Firstly, it was because the miniature ancient world contained many god legacies. Secondly, it was because they could spar and interact with the desolate star gods' domains experts. They could climb to higher tiers if they could further improve their technical standards. Now that many more experts from other gods' domains would be coming to the miniature ancient world, they might even have hope to reach Tier 6, let alone Tier 5. We can indeed interact with many more experts. Unlike Tao Yue and Gu Irin, Thousand Swords did not reveal any feelings of joy or excitement. On the contrary, his face looked somewhat gloomy as he said, "But this is both good news and bad news for us. The new expansion pack had indeed granted them more opportunities to interact with powerful experts and broaden their horizons. However, the arrival of more experts would also mean that competition in the miniature ancient world would become more intense. It wasn't hard to imagine that once the expansion pack took effect, the status quo in the miniature ancient world would undergo a significant change. Even super guilds, like world dominators, would not be spared from this change. However, Gu Irin and Tao Yue did not feel worried despite what Thousand Sword said. On the contrary, they even hoped the expansion pack would come sooner. That way, they could spar with the experts of other gods' domains and rapidly improve their strength. At that time, they'd be able to stand out more in the miniature ancient world and become legendary individuals among the younger generation. When the rest of the players in the miniature ancient world and the players on the main continent learned about the epic expansion pack, the official forums quickly exploded with activity. What's going on? Wasn't the miniature ancient world supposed to only be for players of our god's domain and another planet's god's domain? I thought there were only 2 gods' domains in existence. But looking at the system's introduction, there seemed to be many more gods' domains in existence. That is indeed the case. You guys might not know this, but there actually exist many gods' domains. Moreover, the players of these gods' domains aren't from other planets. Instead, they are people from parallel worlds. It's just that God's domain can connect all of these parallel worlds. This information has always been known to only the executives of the various superpowers and first-rate powers. These powers have also prohibited the spread of this information. What a bunch of nonsense. Parallel worlds. How can such things exist? Also, if this information is prohibited from being spread, how did you come to know it? Hee. That's because I'm a first-rate guild's reserve executive. I can share this information now, since it won't be a secret once the new expansion pack takes effect. So that's why the various corporations have invested so much into God's domain. These sneaky bastards, if that really is the case, God's domain's value is much higher than we imagine. The miniature ancient world's value might also be far higher than the main continent. Trading currencies and resources in the real world with other parallel worlds might not be possible, but we can buy technologies that are unavailable in our world. If a corporation can get its hands on new and unavailable technology, it can definitely make a fortune. I just checked the exchange rate for coins. The value of coins increased tenfold not long after the new expansion pack was announced. The people who have stocked up on coins previously are probably making a killing right about now. This won't do. I'm going to transfer to the miniature ancient world as soon as the update finishes. I've decided as well, although I went through great pains to reach Tier 4, the opportunities available in the miniature ancient world are far superior to the main continent. Going to the miniature ancient world now isn't a bad idea. Although players choosing to enter the miniature ancient world now cannot bring any coins or magic crystals, can only bring up to 50 slots worth of items, and cannot reconstruct their mana bodies, will only regress to level 120. Tier 3. Overall, it is still a good trade-off. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, many players came to know about the secrets of God's domain. Meanwhile, after learning these secrets, these players were filled with expectations towards the miniature ancient world. It was especially true for the main continent's Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts. Support us at Hosted Novel. Tier 4 and Tier 5 experts might be able to earn a sizable salary by working for the various powers, their earnings in a single year enough for them to buy a house in a first-rate city. However, this salary was nothing compared to the possibility of getting their hands on unknown technology and selling it for a fortune. While the whole world was discussing the Miniature Ancient World's new expansion pack, Jinhai City's God's Domain Association building welcomed a group of people. Along with the arrival of this group, the originally lively lobby instantly turned quiet. Their uniform. Are they from the Green God Corporation? Quick look. Elder Lee has come out to greet them. What's going on? Elder Lee is personally greeting them. Isn't Elder Lee a director in the Green God Corporation? Look at the woman at the front. She might be young, but she's wearing a 3-leaf emblem, proof that she is an executive in the Green God Corporation. Elder Lee might be a director in the corporation, but he is only one of the corporation's many outer directors. He isn't part of the corporation's middle management. Just one word from that woman can probably get Elder Lee kicked out of the Green God Corporation. What? Why would an executive from the Green God Corporation come to this place? It isn't just the Green God Corporation's executive. See that man wearing sunglasses next to the woman? If I'm not mistaken, he should be Breeze Wine, the Midnight Tea Party's former commander. That's right. That is definitely Breeze Wine. I met him in the early years of God's Domain. He was one of God's Domain's 3 great guardian knights at the time, but he suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Rumor has it that he died, so I really didn't expect him to appear here. Even the Midnight Tea Party's former commander has appeared. Did some great personage appear in this place? I recall that under Breeze Wine's lead, the Midnight Tea Party dared to challenge even the 5 great super guilds. If not for Breeze Wine and the Midnight Tea Party's commander disappearing, the Midnight Tea Party might surpass the 5 great super guilds in terms of apex combat power. But why would big shots like them suddenly come to this place? Curiosity and confusion filled the people in the lobby when they saw the Green God Corporation's group of 10 or so people. For a moment, their attention had even shifted away from the Myriad World's Descent expansion pack. What brings you here, Miss Ya? Elder Lee, an elder of the God's Domain Association conducting a routine inspection on Jinhai City's association branch, asked respectfully as he looked at the young woman before him. It's nothing worrying. I'm just here to find Zero Wing. Can you lead the way for me? The young woman asked with a faint smile. Although Elder Lee was greatly confused by this request, he still led the young woman and her entourage to Zero Wing's temporary office. Meanwhile, when the players in the lobby overheard the woman's words, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Zero Wing was nothing more than a small guild that didn't even have its own headquarters. Zero Wing had even offended the Flower of 7 Sins and was at risk of disbanding at any time. Yet, this small guild had actually managed to get an executive from the Green God Corporation to visit it in person. This was simply unbelievable. At the same time, a piece of shocking news appeared on the official forums of God's Domain. One of the parties involved in activating the Myriad World's Descent expansion pack was Zero Wing. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3168 inside a training room filled with all kinds of state-of-the-art training equipment. A group of young men and women around 20 years of age and dressed in dark, tight clothing were frantically fighting multiple 6-armed demons on a stage that measured 50 meters in length and width. Inside a training room filled with all kinds of state-of-the-art training equipment, a group of young men and women around 20 years of age and dressed in dark, tight clothing were frantically fighting multiple 6-armed demons on a stage that measured 50 meters in length and width. If the various superpowers peak geniuses were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. This was because the 6-armed demons on the stage were blade demons, tier 4 great demons. Moreover, even though the 6-meter-tall blade demons were only holographic simulations, they fought like real existences, their every attack causing the youths to stumble and retreat. Whenever these youths received a direct blow from the blade demons, they would even get knocked back by 3 meters. It didn't look like the blade demons were simulations at all. However, The fact that these youths were getting pushed around didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, they were extraordinarily strong for youths of their age. On top of having the physical fitness of Hunglian masters, every one of these youths possessed incredibly high combat standards, with some having already reached the Void Realm. In addition, every one of them had already reached the realms of Truth's Truth Realm and could apply the Truth Realm's principles to real-world combat. After the battle continued for around 20 minutes, the youths eventually defeated all of the blade demons and breathed a deep sigh of relief. "Today's training is finally over," a young man sweating profusely said after collapsing onto the stage. "I thought I was going to fail just now. I'll probably be kicked out if I fail again. Consider yourself lucky that we have a lot of talented newcomers this time. Otherwise, we would have definitely lost this battle," a short-haired girl of roughly similar age said to the young man. Then she looked toward a silver-haired girl kneeling near her and said enviously, "Aren't you improving a little too quickly, Wu Xiao Xiao? Even though we are all newcomers here, you have already caught up to the earlier batch of trainees that joined 3 months ago. At this rate, it probably wouldn't be long before you get shortlisted." "No, I still have a long way to go compared to you all, senior sister. Moreover, there are countless geniuses here, but only 10 will get shortlisted. Even those at the domain realm wouldn't necessarily get chosen," Wu Xiaoxiao said, shaking her head. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning at the mention of getting shortlisted. "By the way, Xiaoxiao, I heard that the guild your little sister is in has done something amazing this time," the short-haired girl suddenly said. "I can't believe Zero Wing was one of the parties responsible for activating the new expansion pack. Everyone in God's domain is talking about it right now. Zero Wing will definitely gain a significant advantage over the various superpowers." "It doesn't matter even if Zero Wing gets an advantage over the various superpowers," the young man lying on the ground said disdainfully. "Superpowers are as numerous as the stars among the myriad gods' domains, and most of these superpowers can barely survive in the greater God's domain. Xiao Xiao, seeing as you are so talented, your little sister should be quite talented as well, right? If you make further improvements, you'll be able to bring your little sister here. If your little sister wants to make any noteworthy accomplishments in the future, it's best if she comes to us." 1. The short-haired girl nodded in agreement. If Wu Xiaoxiao's younger sister wished to have a better life in the future, bring Lingling over? When Wu Xiaoxiao thought of Wu Lingling, who was more talented than she was, a hint of resolve appeared in her eyes. Zero Wing might have powerful instructors and God-ranked experts, but in this place, reaching Tier 6 was only a beginning. Moreover, so long as Wu Lingling came to this place, she'd be able to understand the true extent of God's domain. She would realize that their God's domain or the miniature ancient world were nothing but insignificant existences. God's Domain Association Building, Zero Wing's temporary office. "Something big happened, guild leader," Blackie said after hurriedly entering the room. "People from the G Green God Corporation are here. They're asking to have a chat with you." The Green God Corporation. Feng was a little surprised when he heard Blackie's words. The Green God Corporation was the largest corporation in their world, bar none. Be it their world's God's domain or miracle potions like the S-rank, nutrient fluids, and life potions. All these things came from the Green God Corporation. Because of this, once powers in God's domain grew to a certain extent, it was inevitable for them to make contact with the Green God Corporation. However, no matter how Feng looked at it, the current Zero Wing was nowhere near strong enough to catch the Green God Corporation's attention. After all, the standard of technology and manpower the Green God Corporation possessed was far beyond the imagination of any superpower. The corporation was so powerful that not even the 5 great super guilds were worthy of its attention. Although Zero Wing currently possessed considerable fame in the miniature ancient world, and even had 4th floor experts safeguarding it, these were still insignificant matters to the Green God Corporation. Hence, Feng found it incredibly hard to imagine why the Green God Corporation would take the initiative to seek out Zero Wing. "Do you want to meet them?" Blackie asked quietly. I don't think we have a choice in this, Sherfong said with a bitter smile. Go and greet them. I'll see you in the reception room later. Understood. Blackie hurriedly left to make the necessary preparations. The Green God Corporation was in existence far above even the flower of 7 sins. If they accidentally provoked the Green God Corporation's people, Zero Wing would probably cease to exist before the day ended. God's Domain Association building, top floor reception room. When Sherfong, Su Qianlu, and Blackie stepped into the reception room that was roughly the size of a basketball court, they found that around a dozen people were already seated in the room. Out of these dozen or so people, even the weakest among them was a Honglian grandmaster with physical fitness far beyond the average person. Even Su Qianlu, who had already reached the Honglian master standard, found herself feeling suffocated when standing in the presence of these people, her mind warning her to stay as far away from these people as possible. After seeing the arrival of Sherfang's group, the young woman sitting at the head of the Green God Corporation's group took the initiative to stand up and introduce herself. Hello, I am Xia Qingyin, Vice President of the Green God Corporation. Hello, I am Sherfong, Zero Wing's acting guild leader, Sherfong responded, feeling a little surprised when he saw the young woman before him. However, he did not show his surprise on his face as he calmly asked, May I know what business you have with Zero Wing, Vice President Xia? Xia Qingyin. The young woman might look like she was in her early 20s, but Sherfong knew that the other party was even older than he currently was. Meanwhile, in addition to being one of the Green God Corporation's core executives, she also possessed extraordinary individual strength. Most importantly, she was a mental strength grandmaster. If Xia Qingyin wanted to, she could single-handedly wipe the floor with every person in this room. I see that you are a straightforward person, Guild Leader Sherfong, Xia Qingyin said, a smile forming on her face as she scrutinized Sherfong. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. I am here today to make a deal with Zero Wing. I heard that Zero Wing had received 5 million star coins from the Galaxy Corporation previously. The Green God Corporation is willing to sell Zero Wing a slot to the greater world. I am sure Zero Wing should know how valuable the greater world's entry slots are, right? As for the price, it'll be 5 million star coins. How about it? TL notes. 1. Bring your little sister here, in this place. I don't know where exactly here, or this place is referring to. The author decided to be incredibly vague here for some reason. Following Chapter 54 here, /this place should be referring to Crimson Emperor, but the author might not be referring to Crimson Emperor, so I'll leave things vague. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3169 5 million star coins are enough to cause the Green God Corporation to make such a huge move? Su Qianlu couldn't help but blink her eyes in surprise when she heard Xia Qingyin's words. 5 million star coins are enough to cause the Green God Corporation to make such a huge move? Su Qianlu couldn't help but blink her eyes in surprise when she heard Xia Qingyin's words. The Green God Corporation was the #1 corporation in the world. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Green God Corporation's yearly revenue exceeded even the revenue of every other corporation in the world added together. The amount of wealth the Green God Corporation possessed was simply unimaginable. A large part of why the Green God Corporation could generate so much revenue was because it was responsible for constructing and operating the several dozen upper zones around the world. The various upper zones possessed technological and living standards far superior to the rest of the world. Because of these superior standards, people living in the upper zones tended to have an average life expectancy of around 180 years. Moreover, they could even retain their youth up to 60 years old or above. Due to these reasons, countless wealthy people were willing to pay hundreds of millions or more just to live in an upper zone. Although the Green God Corporation would only give out qualifications to live in the upper zones to several thousand people each year, that was already more than enough to let the corporation generate astronomical amounts of wealth. Logically, with so much wealth in its possession, there shouldn't be anything that could tempt the Green God Corporation to take action. Yet, now, the Green God Corporation had sent one of its vice presidents to visit a small guild like Zero Wing just to purchase the 5 million star coins in Zero Wing's possession. This situation both surprised and confused Su Qianlu. According to Flanders, 5 million star coins were only enough to exchange 100 life potions. Meanwhile, a sum of 100 life potions was nothing to the Green God Corporation. After all, every bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid and life potion in their world came from the Green God Corporation. There was no way 100 life potions could tempt the Green God Corporation into action. Deal. Zero Wing will buy the Greater World's entry slot. Shifeng answered Xia Qingying without hesitation. Guild leader. Blackie couldn't help but look at Shifeng in confusion. According to what he learned from Flanders, he knew that people from many parallel worlds in existence could head to a single world known as the Greater World. More specifically, every parallel world would eventually be integrated into the Greater World. Hence, he knew that if Zero Wing could enter the Greater World ahead of other powers, Zero Wing could secure itself a head start in the Greater World. However, although he understood the importance of getting a head start, trading away 100 life potions for just one slot was simply too much for Zero Wing. Zero Wing was very tight on money right now. It was especially so after the new expansion pack's announcement. Just the announcement of the new expansion pack had already caused the various powers to increase the benefits they offered to their core members, afraid that other powers would poach their core members. Once the new expansion pack took effect, competition in the miniature ancient world would become even more intense. At that time, Zero Wing's credit expenditure would definitely skyrocket. This isn't a loss for Zero Wing, Shifeng said to Blackie quietly. You can even say that we've profited. If other superpowers receive this opportunity, the corporations behind them will agree to the offer even if they have to sell their assets. We naturally cannot miss this opportunity. The Greater World was a gathering place of the many parallel worlds. Although people from the various parallel worlds would eventually have to live in the Greater World, no matter what, the order of one's entry into the Greater World would significantly impact one's life in the Greater World. After all, the sooner one entered and learned about the Greater World, the sooner one could prepare for the eventual integration. Of course, Shifeng didn't need to learn about the Greater World, since he had long since learned about it in his previous life. The only reason he was trying to enter the Greater World sooner was so that he could prepare for Zero Wing's future development in the Greater World. As for the price of 5 million star coins for one entry slot into the Greater World, it was definitely an offer that favored Zero Wing massively. Now that their god's domain had yet to become fully open, entry slots for the Greater World in the real world would be extremely limited. If not for the Green God Corporation urgently needing star coins, there was no way Zero Wing would get the chance to buy an entry slot into the Greater World for just 5 million star coins. You are a very straightforward person indeed, Guild Leader Black Flame, Xia Qingying said as she looked at Shifeng with a faint smile. The passage to the Greater World will stabilize in 7 days. Someone from the Green God Corporation will come to pick you up at that time. If you don't have any other problems, we will be taking our leave. After saying so, Xia Qingying left the reception room with her entourage, her behavior making it seem as if she wasn't interested in Zero Wing in the slightest. Miss Xia, there are only 10 entry slots for the Greater World, and the various corporations have spent countless resources to exchange for them. If these corporations learn that Zero Wing only spent 5 million star coins to buy a slot, they'll most likely have opinions about it, Breezewine said worriedly. If they refuse to cooperate after entering the Greater World, it'll create a lot of problems for my side of the operation. Opinions? Xia Qingying's mouth curled slightly when she heard Breezewine's concerns. They should be thankful that the Green God Corporation is willing to even sell them a slot. Do they think we are lacking that little bit of resources? If not for the president, hoping for other corporations to have some presence in the greater world, they wouldn't receive a single slot. If any of them dare to refuse to cooperate with you after going over to the other side, I will show them the harshness of the greater world. Breeze Wine was relieved when he heard Xia Qingying's assurance. If he only had himself to rely on, there'd be nothing he could do if the representatives of those several corporations refused to obey his commands. After all, he had just barely managed to establish a foothold for himself in the greater world. He had no authority to speak of in the greater world. However, it was a different story for the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had already entered the greater world and achieved a certain degree of development there many years ago, let alone now. Even after the several corporations' representatives had entered the greater world, so long as the Green God Corporation wanted to, it could end these people's careers easily. Although Xia Qingying's sudden visit had caused a huge uproar in Jinhai City, everyone's attention gradually shifted away from the matter as the arrival of the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack neared. This was because the new expansion's impact on the world was growing bigger and bigger throughout the 2-day update. Even players on the main continent were constantly talking about the expansion pack. Among the topics discussed, the topic that came up most frequently involved the actions taken by the various corporations worldwide to ensure they could secure themselves a place in the miniature ancient world. The various corporations were poaching talents left and right with lucrative offers. Some corporations even offered independent Tier 5 experts the chance to live in the upper zones. The upper zones were places that countless people sought to live in. Just the benefit of retaining one's youth up to 60 years old and living up to 180 years old on average was more than enough to attract anyone. It should be known that the living standards of modern people were already very high. It had also become a norm for people to conduct physical training on a daily basis. However, even after factoring in the advancements made in the fields of nutrition and medicine, the average person's life expectancy was only 100 years, and the life expectancy of wealthy people was 120 years. That was a far cry compared to the upper zone's average life expectancy of 180 years. Not to mention, people living in the upper zones could retain their youth up to 60 years old and only start to grow old after reaching 100 years old. Moreover, the upper zone's living standards were continuously improving with time. Hence, the sooner one moved into an upper zone, the better their life would become in the future. Unfortunately, the upper zones only accepted several thousand new residents each year. One couldn't necessarily acquire a slot even if one was willing to pay 1 billion credits. Even corporations with many business dealings with the Green God Corporation could only get their hands on very few entry slots each year, so few that they didn't even have enough to use for their own families. Yet, now, corporations were using these slots to recruit players. Through this point, one could imagine just how valuable the miniature ancient world was. For a time, many hidden experts and young talents operating on the main continent couldn't help but get the urge to enter the miniature ancient world. According to a survey conducted by the Gods Domain Association, at least 1 million experts with official membership in the Gods Domain Association were prepared to enter the miniature ancient world. Among them, many were experts in the professional leagues A League and B League. Nighttime, Qingzhou Villa District. I can finally go online after 2 days of waiting. When Shifeng heard the update completion notification sound coming from his virtual gaming cabin, he took a deep breath and got into the gaming cabin. Then, he chose to log into God's domain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3170_ Boundary Mountain Range, 2nd Underground Level, Divine Statue Plaza. Boundary Mountain Range, 2nd Underground Level, Divine Statue Plaza. Players appeared one after another in the plaza. Apart from Shifeng and his team members, the members of the Desolate Star God's Domain's various powers similarly did not leave the plaza when the system update started. Instead, they had chosen to log out of the game to rest. Strange. Why does my body feel a lot heavier than before? Su Qianlu immediately noticed the change in her body as soon as she logged into the game, and she couldn't help but be confused by this situation. Me too. My body's reaction speed has also slowed down significantly, Zhu Yalin said with a stunned look on her face. Could there be a bug with the update? God's Domain's environment had been fixed from the very beginning. Although the Boundary Mountain Range's second underground level had a special environment, it still didn't make sense for the environment to change because of the system update. Not to mention, Zhu Yalin could feel that her reaction speed had slowed down significantly, and her physical fitness was reduced to that of an ordinary person. In this situation, she'd be fortunate if she could exhibit even half of the combat power she could previously exhibit in the second underground level. No, this isn't a bug. This is the true God's domain, Maria, who stood nearby, said. The true God's domain. Lu Wuxing looked toward Maria in confusion. Aside from Lu Wuxing, the others present, such as Crimson Heart, Hidden Soul, Gentle Snow, and the others, also turned to look at Maria, curious to learn what the other party meant by true God's domain. In response, Maria looked to Lu Wuxing and explained, the environment we are in now, or more specifically, the level of control we have over our bodies currently, is the true standard of control players should have in God's domain. This is the standard that the greater God's domain and all God's domain that has come out of isolation share. When a God's domain remains in an isolated state, players of that God's domain can move their character bodies with only a single thought. Unlike in the real world, the nervous system is not involved in the entire process of controlling one's body in God's domain. As a result, it is significantly easier to control one's character body than one's real body. However, once a God's domain comes out of isolation, everyone belonging to that God's domain will see this manipulation method change to match that of the real world. So, you will feel as if your bodies cannot keep up with your brains. Lu Wuxing and the others instantly understood Maria's explanation and realized what had gone wrong with their bodies. At the same time, unprecedented pressure fell on them. The way they had to control their bodies had changed. After playing in their isolated God's domain for so many years, they had long since gotten used to having their character bodies execute movements with a single thought. In that state, one could say that their bodies could move as quickly as their brains could think. However, in their current state, their body's reaction speed could no longer keep up with their brain's reaction speed. This situation would make fighting monsters incredibly difficult for them in the future. More specifically, whenever they fought against monsters in God's domain in the future, it'd be no different than if they were to fight these monsters in the real world. The only difference would be that their character bodies would be much stronger than their real bodies. However, there was no doubt that their combat standards in God's domain would plummet. From today onward, Refinement Realm experts would probably have difficulty beating even high lords of the same level. Players would most definitely have to change their combat methods to adapt to this new control method. For peak experts and above, though, they wouldn't be affected by this change as much as other players. With their ability to perceive their surroundings clearly, they could compensate for their body's reduced reaction speed by predicting their opponents' moves in advance and taking the appropriate countermeasures. Though, when it came to using combat techniques, skills, and spells, peak experts would also be severely affected like ordinary players. Aside from Lu Wuxing and the others, the various superpowers members standing in the distance similarly felt great pressure after experiencing the true God's domain. Even the flower of 7 sins, death, omen, and gluttony wore ugly looks on their faces. With this change, the gap in strength between our God's domain and other God's domains has just grown even bigger. The corners of Thousand Swords' eyes twitched when he finished listening to Ming Hao's explanation. Originally, Thousand Swords thought that even if the various foreign God's domains' powers came to the miniature ancient world, the native powers of their God's domain could rely on their numerical and geographical advantages to maintain a considerable advantage. However, after learning about the changes that had taken place, it wouldn't matter even if they had a numerical advantage. The gap in combat standards between both sides was simply too massive. After the update, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts were not much different than ordinary experts. They were merely better at making use of their five senses. However, due to the limitation of their body's reaction speed, Refinement Realm and Flowing Water Realm experts wouldn't gain much advantage even if they could use their five senses better than ordinary experts. It would no longer be possible for Flowing Water Realm experts to single-handedly wipe the floor with a 100-man team of ordinary experts. This would be the case even if stamina restrictions were removed. In the current state of God's domain, if ordinary players were said to be able to exhibit 60% of their body's potential, then Flowing Water Realms could only exhibit 80% of their body's potential. The difference between the two was considerably small. As for Domain Realm experts, they were probably only at the 90% to 95% standard. Their overall strength advantage over ordinary experts was also considerably limited. A Domain Realm expert might even have difficulty going up against a few Refinement Realm experts with the same basic attributes. While everyone was feeling stressed by the unexpected changes, Shifeng was calmly inspecting the loot he got from the Nether King. He wasn't at all surprised that the various superpowers were having a hard time processing this situation. This was the process that all players of isolated gods' domains had to experience sooner or later. This was also why, in the greater God's domain, players were divided based on their accomplishments in the World Tower rather than their accomplishments in the realms of refinement. From now onwards, one's accomplishments in the realms of truth would be just as important as one's accomplishments in the realms of refinement. Even if players reached the domain realm and could exert their five senses to their very limits, they wouldn't be considered third-floor experts if they had no accomplishments in the realms of truth. In fact, even if a domain realm expert managed to reach the truth realm, which was the realms of truth's interlevel, and achieve combat power at the third-floor standard, they wouldn't be recognized as third-floor experts by the greater god's domain's hegemonic powers. They would still be deemed as second-floor experts. Only after a player had reached the realms of truth's ascension realm on top of reaching the realms of refinement's domain realm would they be considered a true third-floor expert, which was also the so-called God-ranked expert. After reaching the level of a God-ranked expert, players would have the ability to defeat multiple second-floor experts in the greater god's domain, assuming that there were no stamina restrictions in place. "We got quite the good harvest this time, so it's about time we leave," Shifeng said after sorting out the Nether King's loot. Shifeng had gained quite the harvest from the Nether King this time. Aside from gaining enough EXP to reach level 117, he had also obtained 2 fragmented legendary weapons, a staff and a greatsword. In addition, the Nether King had also dropped a tier 5 magic scroll, a teleportation magic array design, and a bunch of legendary materials. Most importantly, the Nether King had dropped a cross-border guild promotion order, an item that could instantly promote a basic cross-border guild into a bronze cross-border guild. Lu Wuxing and the others nodded when they heard Shifeng's words. Now that numerous foreign gods' domains were about to enter the miniature ancient world, the last thing they should do would be to waste time grinding in the second underground level. According to the system's introduction, the miniature ancient world city system would also undergo a significant change once the myriad worlds descended. If they didn't adapt to this change as soon as possible, the various foreign powers would quickly eliminate them from the miniature ancient world. After Shifeng bid goodbye to Flanders' team, he promptly led his team out of the Boundary mountain range. Then, after traveling on Mount for around 10 hours and exiting the Boundary mountain range's underground area, Shifeng and the others took out a return scroll and teleported back to 100 Flow City. 100 Flow City Teleportation Hall, followed by the appearance of numerous flashes in the teleportation hall's teleportation array. Shifeng and the others finally returned to 100 Flow City. So many people actually came? Galaxy past gasped when he saw the crowded teleportation hall. Currently, players standing shoulder to shoulder could be seen crowding the lobby the size of a football field. Moreover, these players were incredibly high-leveled, nearly all of them being at level 120. These level 120 players were also equipped with epic equipment sets, their equipment standards not the slightest bit inferior to the various superpowers' main force members. However, compared to these players' equipment standards, their combat standards were even more shocking. At a glance, Galaxy Past could see Refinement Realm experts everywhere, with many Void Realm experts and above among them. He even felt a sense of danger from quite a few of these experts. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3171_100 Flow City, Main Street. 100 Flow City, Main Street. When Sherfong and the others walked out of the teleportation hall, they found that the main street outside was similarly crowded with players. Players couldn't even run in the spacious main street right now. At best, they could only walk at a quick pace. After Sherfong and the others took a few steps away from the teleportation hall, the players on the street suddenly stepped aside and created an empty path. Then, a 100-man team of players dressed in uniform equipment and clothing walked down this path. Meanwhile, the mere presence of these 100 players caused Lu Wuxing, Crimson Heart, Hidden Soul, and the others to step back subconsciously. Is this the strength of other gods' domains? A grave expression appeared on Lu Wuxing's face when he saw the 100-man team. Although this team only had 100 members, Lu Wuxing could feel an oppressive feeling coming from every one of them. He felt he wouldn't even be a match for these 100 players in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, he could also sense a suffocating presence from several of these experts. The auras of these people had clearly reached the Tier 4 standard already. Echoing Judgment, Wordless Ember, and Flowing Quicksand also wore serious expressions on their faces. Unlike Lu Wuxing, they knew exactly how terrifying this 100-man team was. Every member of this 100-man team could rank within the top 30 of Slumber City's Temple Knights. Among them, the several players walking at the front of the team were even more terrifying than Solitary Soul. Those several players were experts at the Vice City Lord level. Who are these people? Who would send such a powerful team here? Even hegemonic powers of intermediate gods' domains can't afford to part with such a team. A level 120 Tigerkin with tan skin exclaimed after seeing the 100-man team disappearing into the distance. Upon hearing the Tigerkin Berserker's words, a level 120 elven man standing next to the Tigerkin rolled his eyes and said, "Are you a native of this miniature ancient world? How can you not know about the Divine Hunters Guild?" Divine Hunters? The Divine Hunters from the Four Saints' higher gods' domain? The Tigerkin Berserker was stunned. That's right, that Divine Hunters. Otherwise, why do you think everyone made way for those people? The elven man nodded. Then he sighed and continued, "It seems 100 Flow City is going to be the Divine Hunters Guild's territory from now on. Guilds from intermediate gods' domains like ours won't stand a chance here." That's not for certain, right? The Divine Hunters Guild might be powerful, but if hegemonic powers from intermediate gods' domains are willing to shoulder the cost, it's not impossible for them to compete with the Divine Hunters. After all, there are only a few hundred cities in this miniature ancient world. There aren't even enough to go around for the intermediate gods' domain, let alone the other higher gods' domains, the Tigerkin Berserker said. "What do you know?" With a bitter smile, the elven man said, "Now that the city system has been activated, the top 10 players of each city's Coliseum will receive a portion of their respective cities' management rights. However, Divine Hunters has sent 6 of its titled commanders here. It's almost certain the Divine Hunters will have absolute control over 100 Flow City." What? Is the Divine Hunters Guild crazy? Is 100 Flow City so important that it needed to send 6 titled commanders? The Tigerkin Berserker shouted in astonishment. "Those are titled experts we are talking about." Upon hearing the Tigerkin Berserker's words, the experts from the various gods' domains were similarly astonished. Only Lu Wuxing and the players native to the miniature ancient world remained puzzled by this situation. How extravagant of divine hunters! Shifeng was also inwardly surprised by this situation. The term titled expert referred to experts who had received a title from the Greater Gods Domain's Seven Luminaries Alliance. Players native to the miniature ancient world might not know the significance of a titled expert. However, players who had lived in the Greater Gods Domain would know that any expert who had received a title from the Seven Luminaries Alliance was like a war god in God's domain. This was because every titled expert was in existence capable of going up against 100 opponents of a similar level and tier simultaneously. They were top-tier existences, even among fourth-floor experts. If we have to go up against so many experts, even maintaining our foothold in 100 Flow City will be a challenge. Su Qianlu experienced a headache when she saw the various gods' domains experts that crowded the street. Originally, Su Qianlu had been rather confident in Zero Wing's future. However, after seeing so many experts appearing in 100 Flow City, she doubted that Zero Wing could even retain its position in 100 Flow City. This would be terrible for Zero Wing. Only the various NPC cities had teleportation arrays in the miniature ancient world. This meant that most trades between players would be conducted in NPC cities. If Zero Wing couldn't maintain its foothold in 100 Flow City, it couldn't even trade with other powers. Even if powers were willing to go through the hassle of trading with Zero Wing, they'd exploit Zero Wing to an unimaginable level. At this time, Su Qianlu wasn't the only one feeling pressured. Lu Wuxing, Galaxy Past, and Crimson Heart were in a similar situation. The miniature ancient world might be rich in resources, but these resources were mainly concentrated in the trade network formed by the various NPC cities. If they couldn't join this trade network, they'd be isolated by the powers that were a part of it. You don't need to worry about this. God's domain isn't a place where you can achieve greatness with only a few experts, Shifeng said, chuckling. Sometimes, status is much more important than strength in God's domain. Status. Su Qianlu suddenly thought of the stratified abyssal realms nobility system. Some of the stratified abyssal realms upper-class nobles might not be as strong as temple knights, but they still enjoyed much better treatment in the various NPC cities than temple knights. However, another question quickly popped into Su Qianlu's head. How were they supposed to acquire status in the miniature ancient world's NPC cities? Something like the Abyssal Tower did not exist in the miniature ancient world. Although the various cities had a peerage system, obtaining a noble title required a vastly greater sum of contribution points than obtaining an ordinary noble status, and it wasn't something that could be accomplished within a short time. However, Shifeng did not offer any additional explanations. He simply had Su Qianlu and the others return to the Azura Mercenary Alliance to gather a large number of magicians and collect the materials necessary to construct a teleportation array. Then he made his way to 100 Flow Cities Adventurers Association. When Shifeng arrived at the Adventurers Association, the building was crowded with players from other gods' domains going through the procedures for guild creation in the miniature ancient world. "How may I help you, sir?" a half-elf female administrator working the front desk on the second floor asked when she saw Shifeng approaching. In response, Shifeng took out the bronze cross-border guild promotion order and said, "Hello, I want to promote Zero Wing into a bronze guild. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3172 A look of surprise appeared on the half-elf administrator's face when she saw the ancient scroll in Shifeng's hands. However, she quickly reverted to wearing her cordial smile, an additional hint of respect appearing in her eyes. A look of surprise appeared on the half-elf administrator's face when she saw the ancient scroll in Shifeng's hands. However, she quickly reverted to wearing her cordial smile, an additional hint of respect appearing in her eyes. "Please wait a moment, sir, as you are using a bronze cross-border guild promotion order instead of the standard promotion procedure. I will need to have the association's elders verify your promotion order before I can process the promotion for you, the administrator explained as she took the ancient scroll from Sherfong. No problem. Sherfong nodded, unsurprised by this situation. The promotion of a cross-border guild was different from the promotion of standard guilds. It represented the recognition of all adventurers' associations in God's domain. At the same time, it was also a recognition of status in the greater God's domain. Normally, a basic cross-border guild seeking promotion would need to fulfill two conditions. Firstly, the guild would need to accumulate 1 million God's domain popularity points. Secondly, the guild would need at least 100 members to become certified advanced adventurers, which also meant they needed to reach the World Tower's second floor standard. In addition, ordinary cities did not possess the qualifications to test players. Only Adventurers Association branches in the Greater God's Domain, or holy cities situated in the junctions between God's domains, were qualified to conduct the certification test. Meanwhile, the so-called Adventurer Certification Test was essentially a test of a player's combat standards. Players were required to challenge the World Tower during the certification test, and there were 4 levels of certification players could aim for: Basic Adventurer, Advanced Adventurer, Superior Adventurer, and Top Adventurer. These 4 certification levels corresponded to the World Tower's 4 floors. Only players who had successfully cleared the Basic Adventurer certification would be recognized as first-floor experts. After reaching this standard, one would also become officially recognized as an expert in the Greater God's Domain. As for players who managed to pass the Advanced Adventurer certification, they'd be recognized as second-floor experts in the Greater God's Domain. They'd also be treated as mid-level mainstays in the Greater God's Domain's various guilds, and they'd be qualified to challenge the large-scale crisis quests issued by Adventurers Association. Meanwhile, crisis quests could be considered one of the main sources for cross-border guilds to raise their God's Domain fame. Among them, large-scale crisis quests required a minimum of 100 players to challenge. This was also why one of the conditions to become a bronze cross-border guild required 100 second-floor experts. Sherfong took a big shortcut by using the bronze cross-border guild promotion order, so it was understandable that the half-elf administrator would try to verify his promotion order's authenticity. After all, NPCs had already started to behave no differently from real people after the main god system had undergone several upgrades. It was just that NPCs normally wouldn't interfere in the matters of players. Afterward, the half-elf administrator quickly left with the promotion order, leaving Sherfong by himself at the front desk. Unlike the quiet front desk, the nearby quest area for guilds was filled with chatting players. Did you guys hear? The various superpowers had to abandon their territories and join forces just to occupy a few small cities. Even the 5 great super guilds have only managed to occupy a medium city after banding together, none of them daring to set foot in large cities, a level 109 assassin said, sighing. I don't even know what first and second-rate guilds like us are supposed to do. No surprises there. Have you guys seen the players from those foreign gods' domains? They're absurdly strong. Even though I'm a refinement realm expert, I feel no different from an ordinary player in front of those people, a level 110 middle-aged berserker said. I also heard that most of these players are only the younger members of their respective powers. You can say that our miniature ancient world has become a training ground for the various gods' domains' younger generation. I heard about that too. Our miniature ancient world is one of the few places where they can compete from the same starting line after all. I also heard that the youths who perform well might have a chance at getting recruited by the greater world's conglomerate to become reserve executive members. This has stirred the competitiveness of the various gods' domains youths, and they're now duking it out at the Colosseum, a level 110 elementalist said, nodding. It's a pity that our local powers are too weak. In our god's domain, youths that are peak experts are incredibly rare even in the 5 great super guilds. But even the weakest among the foreign gods' domains youths are at the level of peak experts. If only our youths were a little stronger, Then we wouldn't be looked down on by the other gods' domains so much, and we wouldn't have to be called natives. Don't get your hopes up, the level 109 assassin said. Have you seen the battles taking place in the various NPC cities' coliseums? Do you know about Nature Hall's one-eyed ghost? He's one of our god's domain's 8 swordmeisters. Yet he lost to a 17-year-old swordsman in less than a minute in Rock Devil City's coliseum. To make matters worse, he didn't even manage to reduce the boy's HP by 1/3 before he got taken out. I've heard about that swordsman. Aside from him, a little monster has also appeared in Red Obsidian City's coliseum. She's a 17-year-old berserker, and she took out Warring Tiger, one of the 5 blades, in only 19 moves. Even when Warring Tiger used his trademark move 7 tigers, the girl blocked the attack completely and lost less than 20% of her HP, the level 110 middle-aged berserker said, sighing deeply. Many more of such little monsters have appeared in other cities. Unless the god-ranked experts on our side make a move, I doubt anybody can go against these little monsters. When the various guild players in the hall talked about the battles taking place in the various NPC cities' coliseums, they couldn't help but be shocked by the foreign god's domain strength. At the same time, they also despaired when they thought about how the outcome of these battles would be deciding a portion of the various NPC cities' management rights. The management rights one could earn through the Colosseum would not only give one the right to manage the city's auction house, but one could also decide the city's entrance fee. However, the problem of the entrance fee was only secondary. What really worried everyone was whether they could even enter the various NPC cities. After all, now that so many more players had flooded into the miniature ancient world, the various NPC cities were no longer enough to accommodate all players. Every NPC city could only accommodate a limited number of players. Meanwhile, once an NPC city reached full capacity, subsequent players that sought to enter the city would have to wait in line. However, players with an NPC city's management rights could give priority to certain people to enter the city. Once the various foreign powers took control of the miniature ancient world's NPC cities, it went without saying that they would give this priority to their own members. Then they would give second priority to their allied powers and players from their god's domain, while local players of the miniature ancient world would receive the least priority. In this situation, there was almost no way local players with the least priority would get a chance to enter the various NPC cities. However, NPC cities were essential for players to rest and conduct trade. Even leveling up would become a problem if players couldn't enter a city to rest. They also couldn't sell the resources they obtained, resupply on daily necessities, or repair their weapons and equipment. Although trades could still be conducted in the fields, doing so came at great risk. After all, areas outside of NPC cities were considered combat zones. The risks that came with robbing other players were much lower. Moreover, even if players could create a space outside where trades could be conducted safely, any trades that took place there would most likely involve a lot of price gouging. Even the greater world's conglomerates are paying attention. Surefoam couldn't help but be surprised by these guild players' discussion. Surefoam wasn't surprised that the miniature ancient world's local powers were having difficulty getting by after the myriad world's descent. After all, their god's domain had developed for only 10 years. How could it possibly compete with god's domains that had developed for multiple decades or centuries? This was also why he was in a hurry to promote Zero Wing into a bronze cross-border guild. Once Zero Wing became a bronze cross-border guild, its members would have priority to enter the various NPC cities. Although a bronze cross-border guild would only have 30,000 priority slots to enter an NPC city, which was a pitiful amount considering large guilds tended to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of members. This amount was enough for the current Zero Wing. The only thing Surefoam did not expect was for the greater world's conglomerates to be paying attention to the miniature ancient world. This was a very rare situation in the greater god's domain. It should be known that any corporation in the greater world capable of being considered a conglomerate held considerable power in the greater world. A conglomerate was like a gigantic alliance of powers. Meanwhile, any player or power that received even a little bit of support from a conglomerate would have a much easier time getting by in the greater world. Otherwise, they'd only be taken advantage of by the greater world's various powers and have great difficulty achieving greatness. This was also why people from elementary and intermediate gods' domains all sought to join a conglomerate. While Feng was in a daze, the half-elf administrator returned to the front desk with his promotion order. "We have verified the authenticity of your guild promotion order, Mr. Blackflame," the half-elf administrator said respectfully. "Now all you need to do is pay a 10,000 gold processing fee, and Zero Wing will be promoted into a bronze guild." "All right, here is the money," Feng said as he took out the 10,000 gold he had prepared beforehand. "I have verified the payment. I will take care of the promotion procedures for you right away," the half-elf administrator said after verifying the payment amount. Around 30 seconds later, a system announcement was sent to every player in the miniature ancient world. System announcement: "Congratulations to Zero Wing for getting promoted into a bronze guild and becoming the first bronze guild in the miniature ancient world. Rewarding 100,000 gods domain fame points. All guild members will have their death penalties halved, and EXP acquisition is increased by 100% for the next 10 days. System: Congratulations. Your guild, Zero Wing, has become the first bronze guild in the miniature ancient world. Rewarding 1 legendary legacy scroll, 1 over-tier spell book, and 3 levels. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3173 _ Zero Wing got promoted into a bronze guild. Zero Wing got promoted into a bronze guild. Amazing! Zero Wing actually got promoted into a bronze guild already, as expected of the guild responsible for starting the Myriad World's descent. With this, our local guilds have finally surpassed the foreign gods' domains guilds in something. I just checked, and it seems that a bronze guild has 30,000 special authority slots that can be used to gain priority entry into any NPC city. Crap. Doesn't this mean that Zero Wing's members can freely enter even NPC cities that have already fallen into the hands of other gods' domains? This means that the foreign gods' domains' powers will have difficulty taking Zero Wing's territories, even if they want to. Zero Wing can make a fortune by using this advantage to trade with other local powers. Not even the 5 great super guilds can be a match for Zero Wing now, since they have occupied only 1 NPC city. At most, the auction house in their city will be connected with the auction houses of several neighboring cities. In comparison, Zero Wing can freely access the auction houses of every NPC city. After the system announcement was repeated 3 times, the miniature ancient world's local players instantly went into an uproar, many going to the official forums to discuss Zero Wing. Particularly, the topic of how to join Zero Wing became the focus of many people's attention. For a time, Zero Wing became the most desired guild for players to join in the miniature ancient world. Damn it, how did things turn out like this? Inside the top-floor VIP room of a high-class restaurant, Jing Yang's rage shot through the roof when he learned about the details regarding bronze guilds. Previously, he had chosen to withdraw Blackwater from the Azura Mercenary Alliance because he wanted Zero Wing to know Blackwater's significance to the Mercenary Alliance. However, Zero Wing had quickly proved him wrong time and again. First, Zero Wing had revealed astonishing foundations by forcing its way into the Boundary Mountain Range with only a team of 100 players. Moreover, out of these 100 players, there were 3 fourth-floor experts that even a hegemonic power like Bright Dragon had to be wary of. Now, Zero Wing had even gotten promoted into a bronze guild, instantly solidifying its position in the miniature ancient world. In contrast, Blackwater had only managed to secure the management rights to a small NPC city after joining forces with other superpowers. Moreover, they weren't even certain if they could retain their hold over this NPC city. It hadn't been more than a day since the Myriad World's Descent expansion pack took effect. There would be more and more players from foreign gods' domains entering the miniature ancient world from now on. So, competition in the miniature ancient world would only grow even more intense in the future. How was he supposed to explain himself to his superiors? It should be known that it was entirely his decision to withdraw Blackwater from the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Now that Zero Wing had become a Bronze Guild, it instantly became the most sought-after partner for all local powers. After all, players needed the various services the various NPC cities offered. At this moment, the representatives of the other powers, which had also withdrawn from the Azura Mercenary Alliance, in the room were similarly filled with mixed feelings. As for Thousand Swords, he sighed deeply after reading about the details of bronze guilds and said, "It seems I'll have to pay Zero Wing a visit. Teacher, can our guild really not survive in the miniature ancient world without Zero Wing?" Gu-Irin asked with a confused expression. World Dominators was a veteran, super guild. In Gu-Irin's opinion, World Dominators should have no problem securing its hold over a small NPC city, so he felt it unnecessary to seek partnership with Zero Wing. "It's going to be very difficult," Thousand Swords said and shook his head after giving Gu-Irin's question some thought. "This is only the Myriad World's Descent's first day. The players we have seen thus far are only the vanguard of the various foreign powers. Once those foreign powers start to dispatch more god-ranked experts, even the 5 great super guilds will have difficulty safeguarding their city, let alone other superpowers like us. Also, even if I visit Zero Wing, it's uncertain whether Zero Wing will agree to partner with us." Thousand Swords couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile when he spoke up to this point. Although he had long since known that the powers of other gods' domains would be very powerful, he didn't think they would be so powerful that they'd have experts capable of rivaling him among their younger generation. Moreover, this was only the first day of the new expansion pack. The various foreign powers were only testing the waters with their younger members. Hardly any of their veteran experts had made a move yet. Red Obsidian City, Flower of 7 Sins residents, we have finished reallocating our core members and resources, Commander Omen. We have already sold all of our lands and shops in the various NPC cities, and we can set out for Shadow Fog City at any time, a level 110 masked ranger said respectfully to the bewitching woman resting in the office. "Have everyone move out, then," Death Omen commanded. Then, while looking at the report on her desk, she said, "A bronze guild, is it? Count yourselves lucky. Once the level 120 maps open, we'll see how you can continue retaining your place in the miniature ancient world." After saying so, Death Omen left her office and withdrew from Red Obsidian City with the rest of the Flower of 7 Sins members. Then they moved toward Shadow Fog City, a large NPC city controlled by Bright Dragon. While the Flower of 7 Sins was secretly moving its base of operations, Sherfong had teleported to Zero Wing's residence in Abyssal Star City, not daring to stay even a moment longer in 100 Flow Cities Adventurers Association. Aren't these rewards a little too much? Even after reading the system notification exclusive to him several times, Sherfong still couldn't help but feel astonished. During his previous life, Zero Wing had conducted its promotion into a bronze guild in the Greater Gods domain, so it didn't receive any rewards for its promotion. Although he had fortunately acquired a bronze cross-border guild promotion order in this life, he didn't think becoming the first bronze guild would come with such abundant rewards. It was incredibly difficult for a guild to raise its God's domain fame in the Greater Gods domain. Yet, God's domain fame was crucial for guilds to get promoted beyond the bronze rank. For example, a large-scale crisis quest would only award a guild with 1,000 fame points. Yet, a bronze guild needed 500,000 God's domain fame points to get promoted to the silver rank. Aside from needing fame to get promoted, a bronze guild that had accumulated 200,000 fame points could apply with the Adventurers Association to construct a world tower of its own. Although bronze guilds could only construct the first 2 floors of the world tower, it was still a privilege that many bronze guilds dreamed of obtaining. This was because players would need to pay 100 units of 7 Luminaries crystal each time they applied to challenge the Advanced Adventurer certification with the Adventurers Association. Indeed, the application fee was charged in 7 Luminaries crystals, not coins or magic crystals. However, if a guild managed to acquire its own world tower, it could lower the fee by 50%. This would drastically reduce the 7 Luminaries crystals it needed to spend to let its members take the Advanced Adventurer certification. Now that Zero Wing had received 100,000 gods domain fame as soon as it had become a bronze guild, it would no doubt save Zero Wing a lot of time in the future. However, compared to the guild rewards, the personal rewards Sherfong received were what truly surprised him. Not only did he receive 3 level ups, which instantly propelled him to level 120, but he also received a legendary legacy scroll and an over-tier spell book. Both of these 2 items were of extraordinary value, and they normally could not be bought with money. An over-tier spell book was a spell capable of exhibiting strength above its tier. For example, a Tier 3 over-tier spell could exhibit power at the standard of Tier 4 spells, while a Tier 4 over-tier spell could exhibit power at the standard of Tier 5 spells. Typically, a Tier 3 over-tier spell book would be worth 1 piece of fragmented legendary equipment. As for Tier 4 over-tier spell books, their value exceeded even fragmented legendary weapons. Moreover, the Tier 4 over-tier spell that Sherfong received was even a Berserk-type spell. Demon God's Armament Tier 4 over-tier spell requires Tier 4 upon use, borrow the Demon God's power to create a set of weapons and equipment with 100% adaptability, increasing the effects of all your weapons and equipment by 100%. Duration 60 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. The greater a player's equipment standard, the more strength they could draw from this Tier 4 over-tier spell. In Sherfeng's opinion, the effects of Demon God's Armament were not the least bit inferior to a Tier 5 over-tier spell. After carefully keeping the over-tier spell book away, Sherfong turned his attention to the ancient dark purple scroll in his bag. If he were to say that Demon God's Armament had given him a pleasant surprise, this ancient dark purple scroll had given him a fright. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3174_ If the miniature ancient world's various powers were to learn about this thing, Zero Wing will probably cease to exist before tomorrow comes. Sherfong thought to himself as he looked at the ancient dark purple scroll in his bag. If the miniature ancient world's various powers were to learn about this thing, Zero Wing will probably cease to exist before tomorrow comes. Sherfong thought to himself as he looked at the ancient dark purple scroll in his bag. He had returned to Zero Wing's residence from the Adventurers Association without hesitation because of this legendary legacy scroll. Individual rewards awarded by the system would briefly appear before the recipient when the system handed them out. Although other players could not inspect the information of the awarded items, they could still determine the quality of the items based on the mana and glow effect given off. Meanwhile, a purple gold glow typically represented fragmented legendary items, while a dark purple glow represented legendary items. If the reward he received was only an ordinary legendary item, the various superpowers might grow envious, but it wasn't enough to make them go crazy. After all, every superpower had legendary items of its own, with some even having legendary weapons. Needless to say, powers from foreign gods' domains would also have legendary weapons. However, it was a different story for the legendary legacy scroll. Its value was above even that of legendary weapons. The best legacy scrolls Sherfong had seen during his previous life were epic legacy scrolls. An epic legacy scroll could not only teleport players directly to a Tier 4 legacy land, but players could also challenge the same legacy land up to 3 times. This made epic legacy scrolls highly sought after by Tier 3 players who had difficulty finding a Tier 4 legacy land. Meanwhile, above epic legacy scrolls were legendary legacy scrolls. However, The existence of the legendary legacy scroll was akin to a myth in even the greater god's domain, and its existence had only ever been mentioned in library records. There were no records of people actually finding a legendary legacy scroll in reality. As for the value of a legendary legacy scroll, it was something that even the Galaxy Corporation, a titan in the greater world, would try to obtain, even at the cost of destroying an entire world. This was because a legendary legacy scroll did not simply teleport the user to a random Tier 4 legacy land. Instead, it would teleport the user to a legacy land related to their legacy. It might not seem like there was a difference, since the players would be teleported to a Tier 4 legacy land regardless of whether they had used an epic legacy scroll or a legendary legacy scroll. However, the difference between entering an ordinary legacy land and a legacy land related to one's legacy was like night and day. It was especially true if one had a unique legacy. If a player entered a legacy land related to their legacy, they could further improve their legacy. It was especially true for God legacy holders. If a God legacy holder got promoted to Tier 4 via a legacy land related to their legacy, they would become much closer to the god they inherited their legacy from. It should be known that gods were known as the strongest existences in God's domain. Even an apex race like dragons was beneath the god race. Dragons might be known to be invincible among opponents of the same tier, but gods were known to transcend tiers. This was why Tier 6 gods could kill Tier 6 god-ranked players easily. It would be the same if an ancient god legacy holder got promoted via a Tier 4 legacy land related to their legacy. They would become closer to the ancient god their legacy was tied to after they got promoted to Tier 4. Although ancient gods were also gods, they had existed for a much longer period of time. They wielded strength of much greater purity, and they were much stronger than gods under the same tier. In God's domain, any Tier 6 player who had managed to master a complete ancient god legacy would become a symbol of invincibility. They could control a world at will, and even the Galaxy Corporation would have to bow its head to such existences. Meanwhile, a legendary legacy scroll had the ability to create such an invincible existence. Even if the chance of success wasn't 100%, it was still enough to cause all powers in the greater god's domain to go crazy. After taking a long look at the legendary legacy scroll, Sherfong set it aside in his bag. He did not hurry to challenge his Tier 4 promotion. The Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack had thoroughly changed the status quo in the miniature ancient world. Before Zero Wing's situation stabilized, Sherfong dared not challenge his Tier 4 promotion. The Tier 4 promotion took a long time to complete. The whole process could take anywhere from several days to half a month. Such a long time was enough for significant changes to take place in the ever-changing miniature ancient world. He wouldn't even be surprised if Zero Wing no longer existed by the time he completed his Tier 4 promotion. Hence, only after making all the necessary preparations could he challenge his Tier 4 promotion with peace of mind. However, despite Sherfeng's thoughts, it was also true that Zero Wing urgently needed high-end combatants. So, he promptly contacted Laura Crater and handed her the Tier 4 legacy search scroll he acquired from killing the Void Serpent. This situation surprised Laura. She didn't think that Sherfong would give her the legacy search scroll instead of using it himself. It was especially so now that Sherfong had reached level 120 already. With Sherfeng's strength, he could easily complete his Tier 4 promotion and allow Zero Wing to progress further in its development. In response to Laura's confusion, Sherfong simply said he had many matters he needed to tend to and wasn't in a hurry to get promoted to Tier 4. After hearing this, Laura no longer refused the legacy search scroll. After all, the quicker she raised her tier, the sooner she could head to the greater god's domain. Hence, after taking the legacy search scroll, she promptly left for the Boundary Mountain Range in search of a Tier 4 legacy land. Shortly after Laura left for the Boundary Mountain Range, Su Qianlu and Blackie excitedly ran into Sherfeng's office and reported Zero Wing's latest situation to Sherfong. Many experts have applied to join Zero Wing after we became a Bronze Guild leader. In addition, the students of many academies have also sent us their resumes. We have already received over 200,000 applications in total for the time being. That's even more than what the Azura Mercenary Alliance has received at its peak. Some well-known A-League experts have also applied to join Zero Wing, Blackie said excitedly. Zero Wing had very high recruitment standards. Aside from youths under the age of 20, those above 20 needed to be at the half-step refinement realm standard at the very least. Yet, despite these harsh standards, Zero Wing still received many applications to join. Among these applicants, over 50 of them were A-League experts. It should be known that every A-League expert was a peak expert or above. If Zero Wing accepted all of these applicants, its overall strength would be close to matching the 5 great super guilds. I have received partnership requests from over 10 superpowers on my side, one of them being the Secret Pavilion. All of these superpowers are willing to let us help nurture their peak geniuses, like Twilight Echo. Moreover, they're offering to pay 6 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid per person, Su Qianlu said with a smile. According to the estimates these superpowers have provided, we should be receiving over 500 peak geniuses in total if we choose to partner with all of them. That's a minimum of 3,000 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. We can even afford to nurture a 1,000-man main force with that many S-rank nutrient fluids. Moreover, those peak geniuses will also become Zero Wing's combat power. Just the thought of having so many peak geniuses fighting for Zero Wing sent shivers down Su Qianliu's spine. With such a powerful force, Zero Wing could even clash against the hegemonic powers of other gods' domains. 6 bottles per person is too little. We're already having trouble training our own geniuses, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Tell those superpowers that they'll have to fork out 10 bottles per person. Moreover, we will only be accepting 300 people in total. Shifeng was well aware of what those superpowers were trying to do. They were simply looking to form close ties with Zero Wing. However, his supply of hypersensitivity potions was limited. After deducting the portion, he needed to nurture Zero Wing's experts. He didn't have many left to nurture the experts of other powers. However, it wasn't good to outright refuse those superpowers partnership offers, either. As the saying went, never slap a smiling person. Rather than openly refuse these superpowers and risk offending them, it would be better to ask for a higher price and scare them away. I understand. I'll inform them afterward, Su Qianlu said, agreeing with Shifeng's sentiments. Have you prepared the materials and magicians I had you prepare? Shifeng asked. The status of a Bronze Guild might have allowed Zero Wing to stabilize its foothold in the miniature ancient world, but it wasn't enough to allow Zero Wing to thrive. For that to happen, Zero Wing would still have to earn a large amount of wealth in God's domain. Meanwhile, now that the myriad worlds were descending to the miniature ancient world, it was the perfect opportunity to make a fortune. The materials are ready, but we are still missing a few master magicians, Su Qianlu said, feeling a little ashamed. Although many experts had come to join Zero Wing, master magicians were still incredibly rare. Most master magicians remained in the hands of the various superpowers, and there were very few independent master magicians. That's enough. Have all of them gather. I have something I need them to do right away, Shifeng said. Shifeng was well aware that the struggle for the various NPC cities had only just begun. If Zero Wing wished to thoroughly stabilize its foothold in the miniature ancient world, it would need its own city. Moreover, it'd have to be a guild city that could connect with the NPC cities. This was also the basis of survival for the various guilds in the greater god's domain. Afterward, Su Qianlu had all of the master magicians she found gather in Zero Wing's residence. Then, Shifeng took out the medium teleportation magic array design he acquired from the Nether King and had the various master magicians begin constructing the magic arrays stated in the design. The design could only be used to construct 3 medium teleportation arrays that could teleport up to 50 people at a time. Each medium teleportation array cost 100,000 magic crystals to construct. The construction of a medium teleportation array was much more tedious than a small teleportation array, the complexity comparable to the construction of an NPC city's teleportation hall. Moreover, the core magic array was even a Grandmaster magic array that could only be constructed by a Grandmaster magician. Fortunately, Shifeng was a Grandmaster magician, so constructing the core magic array wouldn't be a problem. While Shifeng was leading the many master magicians to construct a medium teleportation array for Abyssal Star City, competition in the miniature ancient world was growing fiercer and fiercer. It wasn't until the 4th day after the expansion pack's launch that the various powers' management rights over the various NPC cities were decided. The struggle between the various powers these past few days was incredibly exciting, and many experts and powers had either risen to fame or fallen into obscurity. The struggle was so heated that everyone quickly forgot about Zero Wing's promotion into a bronze guild. At the same time, the 7 Luminaries Alliance, one of the greater god's domain's strongest powers, had released a ranking list in the miniature ancient world. The God-ranked expert ranking list. The ranking list included the top 100 God-ranked experts that have appeared in all Colosseums across the miniature ancient world, and it became an important reference for the greater world's various conglomerates. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3175 _ Abyssal Star Primordial City. Abyssal Star Primordial City. As the sky gradually darkened, more and more players began gathering in the restaurants and street stalls that lined the eastern side of the city's main street. It's getting increasingly difficult to get into Abyssal Star City. I had to wait in line for 2 whole hours today. A level 112 shield warrior clad in pitch-black armor complained as he sat down at a street stall. The entrance fee has also been increased to 20 silver today. That's 10% of my earnings today gone. Upon hearing the shield warrior's complaints, the level 110 elementalist sitting next to the shield warrior clicked her tongue and said, "You're a bronze member in Azura, so you have to wait for only 2 hours to get into the city. Do you know how long I had to wait in line as a normal member?" "I was just saying," the shield warrior said, scratching his head as he revealed a silly smile. Ever since the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took place, Abyssal Star City had become one of the few cities local players could rest in. This drastically increased the number of players seeking to enter the primordial city. However, as the city only had a maximum capacity of 6 million players, even after the Azura Mercenary Alliance had raised its membership requirements, the Mercenary Alliance's member count had still exceeded 10 million. This was far above Abyssal Star City's maximum capacity. If he hadn't joined Azura earlier on and gotten himself a bronze membership, he would be stuck as a normal member and have had to wait in line for 7 to 8 hours just to enter Abyssal Star City. At this time, a level 112 ranger wearing chainmail walked over and sat down next to the shield warrior and elementalist, saying, "Our adventure team is already one of the more fortunate ones. We were lucky we chose to set our base of operations in Abyssal Star City. Had we set up base in an NPC city, we wouldn't even be able to get into the city. Right now, over 99% of NPC cities have already become the territories of the various foreign gods' domains. We'd have to wait ages to enter an NPC city, even if we are willing to pay the exorbitant fee of 30 silver. Many adventure teams that entered the miniature ancient world at the same time as we did have to hire people to repair their weapons and equipment outside NPC cities at an exorbitant price. Even then, they still have to wait in line to get their weapons and equipment repaired. That's right. If our Broken Dream adventure team hadn't joined the Azura Mercenary Alliance long ago, we would be lining up outside NPC cities like most other adventure teams, the Elementalist said, nodding. It would be great if I could find a boyfriend who's a core member of Zero Wing. In that case, I could teleport straight into his private house instead of waiting in line. Keep on dreaming, the shield warrior said, rolling his eyes at the elementalist. Every male core member of Zero Wing is prime real estate for the various academies' young ladies right now. You don't stand a chance against those young ladies. Currently, all core members of Zero Wing enjoyed a special privilege that allowed them to purchase a private house in Abyssal Star City so long as they had enough guild contribution points and coins to afford it. Meanwhile, on top of being able to accommodate up to 4 players, every private house also allowed its occupants to teleport directly into the city, skipping the need to wait in line. Because of this, many players were desperately seeking to purchase a private house's teleportation slot, with some people offering up to 5 million credits per slot per month. However, even at this price, it wasn't guaranteed that one could buy a teleportation slot. Can't you let me dream? The elementalist glared at the shield warrior. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, the ranger hurriedly changed the topic, saying, "Have you guys seen the God-ranked expert ranking list? The list is truly astonishing. Only 2 people from the 5 great super guilds have managed to enter the list, and both of them are old monsters rumored to have reached the Beyond Domain realm already. Even then, they have only managed to rank 89th and 93rd. I've seen the list. I heard that those 2 old monsters only got into the list because the 5 great super guilds managed to secure over half of Burning City's management slots and gained thorough control over the city. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't even get into the top 100, the shield warrior said. The various gods' domains' expert standards are vastly greater than ours. Even Beyond Domain Realms experts can just barely squeeze into the top 100. There simply is no place for people like us." Subsequently, the level 112 ranger said, "But an amazing expert has appeared in our Azura Mercenary Alliance this time. That expert actually got ranked 27th. This has greatly increased our reputation among the various gods' domains." That's right. I was very surprised when I learned about it. I originally thought Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame would be the one to enter the ranking list. I didn't think it would be the Glimmer Adventure team's Vice Commander Casio instead, the elementalist said, sparkles appearing in her eyes when she mentioned Casio. His skills are simply amazing. He defeated a ranger bearing the title of Blood Eagle in just 35 moves. It's a pity Casio went silent after securing a slot in 100 Flow City. Otherwise, he can definitely rank higher in the list. Casio's appearance is indeed expected, but what's even more surprising is Thousand Scars, a little monster from the Flower of 7 Sins. She managed to rank 10th among the 20 outstanding youths at the young age of 19, the shield warrior said. In terms of combat standards, she is already close to entering the top 100 of the God-ranked expert list. The second place among the 20 outstanding youths is ranked 98th in the God-ranked expert list. From what I can tell, there isn't much difference between that guy and Thousand Scars, so she should probably be close to entering the God-ranked expert list's top 100. Indeed, Thousand Scars is already recognized as the #1 genius in our god's domain. A conglomerate from the greater world has even extended an invitation to her. This has instantly elevated the Flower of 7 Sins' position beyond the 5 great super guilds. The various foreign gods' domains' powers have even taken the initiative to let the Flower of 7 Sins have Grey Copper City. Now, the Flower of 7 Sins is the only power in our god's domain to hold control over 2 NPC cities. Moreover, it is also the only power that can enter the Boundary Mountain Range's 2nd underground level to search for Tier 4 legacy lands. Now, even the 5 great super guilds are looking to further their partnership with the Flower of 7 Sins, the elementalist said. Then she worriedly continued, "If the 5 great super guilds really do deepen their ties with the Flower of 7 Sins, it's going to be tough for our Azura Mercenary Alliance in the future." The shield warrior and ranger nodded in agreement. The Azura Mercenary Alliance might have Abyssal Star City to rely on, but it didn't have absolute management rights over any NPC city. It only had 2 management slots in 100 Flow City, which allowed it to receive a portion of the city's income. Absolute control over the city lay in the hands of the Divine Hunters Guild, which held 6 management slots in 100 Flow City. Although Abyssal Star City sat in a strategic location, its importance would fall when players gained access to level 120+ maps and the NPC cities there. Even if players needed to find a place to rest, they would choose to rest in the NPC cities situated in maps below level 120, so that they could use the teleportation halls there to teleport to the level 120+ NPC cities. At that time, Abyssal Star City would be put into an awkward situation, and the Azura Mercenary Alliance would lose its ability to compete with the Flower of Seven Sins. While the Broken Dream Adventurer Team's members were chatting among themselves, 3 level 115+ players sitting on the open-air roof of a nearby restaurant were quietly eavesdropping on their conversation. I didn't think our core members would be so popular. Sher Fong chuckled when he overheard the conversation of Broken Dreams members. It's not bad. You should have seen Blackie's situation, guild leader. He doesn't even dare to step out of the Gods Domain Association's entrance recently. I can probably form a line that stretches from North Street to South Street with all the people who've asked me for Blackie's contact information, Su Qianlu said, chuckling. Can you not just make fun of me, Qianlu? You speak as if nobody has asked for the guild leader's contact information, Blackie said, curling his lips. I heard that if you hadn't announced that you've sealed the information, a crowd would have stormed the Gods Domain Association building. Sher Fong was a little stunned when he heard this. Let's set this matter aside for now, Su Qianlu said, faking a cough. I came here with important business. 100 Flow Cities teleportation array is completed already. Now, all that's left is to activate the main teleportation array in Abyssal Star City, and teleportation between the 2 cities will become possible. It's done already. Blackie's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard Su Qianliu's words. The various local powers have had plenty of interactions with the foreign gods' domain's powers thus far. Some superpowers had even traded with these foreign powers and acquired many combat techniques that allowed players to adapt to the greater gods' domain's environment much more easily. This, in turn, allowed the members of these superpowers to develop their combat standards rapidly. Unfortunately, Zero Wing didn't have anything special that attracted the attention of the foreign gods' domains. As a result, the development speed of Zero Wing's members had become vastly inferior to the various superpowers members. However, things would change once teleportation between Abyssal Star City and 100 Flow City became possible. Previously, players from foreign gods' domains couldn't be bothered to visit Abyssal Star City since they needed to travel all the way to the city on foot and weren't even guaranteed to be allowed into the city. After all, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's members had priority entry into Abyssal Star City. Now, though, foreign players could treat Abyssal Star City as a teleportation hub. Although they would still be forcibly removed from the city if the city's occupancy was maxed, they could still save up on plenty of travel time. Good. Contact Soul and have her activate the teleportation array right away, Sher Fong said, smiling. He had been eagerly awaiting this moment for a long time already. After all, he didn't have any items suitable to be used for trading with the foreign gods' domain's powers. Shortly after Sher Fong issued his command, a pillar of light rose from a cordoned area in Abyssal Star City's eastern district. At the same time, a small 2-story teleportation hall also rose from the cordoned space. System: Abyssal Star Primordial City has fulfilled the upgrade conditions. Do you wish to upgrade the city now? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3176 _ the upgrade conditions have been fulfilled. Just like that? The upgrade conditions have been fulfilled. Just like that? Sher Fong was momentarily stunned. The conditions to upgrade a primordial city were vastly greater than that of ordinary guild cities. Not only did a primordial city have to meet a vastly greater population requirement, but it also needed to fulfill a much greater building requirement. Originally, Sherfong thought that Abyssal Star City would need a few more advanced constructions built before it could get promoted from an advanced town to a basic city. He didn't think that the primordial city would meet its building requirement after having only a medium teleportation array constructed. 1. Did something happen, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked curiously when she saw Sherfong suddenly falling into a daze. It's nothing. We simply struck gold, Sherfong said, chuckling. It was a qualitative transformation for a primordial city to become a basic city. The changes that would take place would be even greater than an ordinary intermediate guild city becoming an advanced guild city. Struck gold. Su Qianlu tilted her head, her confusion growing even deeper. The teleportation array connecting Abyssal Star City with 100 Flow City would indeed generate a significant amount of wealth for Zero Wing. The cost of teleporting players between Abyssal Star City and 100 Flow City was 30 silver per person. If the city charged each player 1 gold, that would be a profit of 70 silver. However, the medium teleportation array could only teleport up to 50 people at a time, and each teleportation took around 1 minute. Taking into account that there were 48 hours a day in God's domain, Abyssal Star City could, at most, earn around 100,000 gold of profit through the teleportation array each day. That might be a significant sum of money, but it was nothing compared to the money earned from Abyssal Star City's entrance fees. Currently, Abyssal Star City was making 2 million gold per day through entrance fees alone. Even after deducting the maintenance cost of the city's constructions and NPCs, the city would still be left with 600,000 gold, which was still multiple times more than what the city could make through the teleportation array. Hence, Su Qianlu couldn't understand how Zero Wing had struck gold. In fact, let alone striking gold, the teleportation array couldn't even allow Abyssal Star City to match the income players could make for managing a small NPC city. Even a small NPC city had upwards of 10 million in population. Moreover, aside from entrance fees, players that held management rights over an NPC city would also receive a portion of the profits generated by the city's auction house. Overall, Abyssal Star City's total net income couldn't even match 1/3 of what players could earn from managing a small NPC city, let alone medium and large NPC cities. Moreover, considering that Zero Wing's member count was now over 500,000, an additional income of 100,000 gold was nowhere near enough for Zero Wing to consider it striking gold. At the end of the day, the addition of the teleportation array only allowed Zero Wing to have stronger bargaining power against the foreign gods' domain's powers. How much are advanced lineage crystals selling for in auction houses now, Blackie? Sherfong asked as he turned to Blackie. Advanced lineage crystals? After pondering for a moment, Blackie answered, They're going for 200,000 gold each on average. Many superpowers are buying the advanced lineage crystals that the foreign powers have brought in, so prices aren't going any lower for the time being. That's very cheap already, Sherfong said, a smile appearing on his face. Previously, he had sold ordinary lineage crystals for several 100,000 contribution points through the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Meanwhile, each contribution point was worth 40 silver. Yet now, advanced lineage crystals, which were much better and rarer than ordinary lineage crystals, were being sold at only 200,000 gold. This was definitely a very low price. Do you plan on buying some, guild leader? Su Qianlu asked worriedly. Advanced lineage crystals might be excellent items, but Zero Wing's expansion had drastically increased its expenditure. The change in the miniature ancient world's environment had only worsened things. Nowadays, it had become normal for players to die at least once when grinding out in the fields. If players were unlucky, their entire team might get wiped out. In that case, resurrection would become impossible, and they'd lose an entire level plus a piece of equipment. Because of this, Zero Wing needed to spend large amounts of gold coins each day purchasing weapons and equipment from the auction house to restock its guild warehouse. Although the guild could also obtain weapons and equipment through dungeons and grinding out in the fields, the amount obtained was nowhere near enough to meet demands. So, Zero Wing was in no situation to be purchasing advanced lineage crystals that cost 200,000 gold each. Even purchasing only one advanced lineage crystal a day would immediately put Zero Wing into the red. At that time, Zero Wing's many members would have to stop grinding for levels and focus entirely on raiding team dungeons just to prevent the guild from running out of weapons and equipment. Of course. Moreover, we're going to buy in bulk, Shifeng said, chuckling. Then he shared the system notification he had just received with Su Qianlu. Due to the influx of advanced lineage crystals in the miniature ancient world, it had become normal to see 100-man teams led by higher life form players in the Boundary Mountain Range. It wouldn't even be strange to see an entire team made up of players with Tier 4 mana. However, it was a different story for an entire team made up of higher life form players with Tier 4 mana. The cost of establishing such a team was too much for any individual power to afford. Even if a power had the money to do so, it wouldn't be wise to invest so much money into a single team. Having said that, in the event that such a team came into being, it'd be unstoppable in the current miniature ancient world. Originally, Su Qianlu was still very opposed to Shifeng's decision to purchase advanced lineage crystals in bulk. However, she was immediately stunned after seeing the system notification Shifeng had shared with her. Then she asked, "Guild leader, is this real?" If Abyssal Star City could get promoted into a basic city, they'd indeed be striking gold. It should be known that a settlement size would increase several times when upgrading from the advanced town status to the basic city status. Not to mention, Abyssal Star City was a special settlement that was vastly superior to the average settlement. Even at the advanced town status, Abyssal Star City was much larger than the average advanced town and was only slightly smaller than a basic city. Hence, it was safe to assume that Abyssal Star City would be significantly bigger than the average basic city once it got upgraded to the basic city status. If they factored in the teleportation array they just built, Abyssal Star City's income could probably rival medium NPC cities. "You'll find out in a moment," Shifeng said, not bothering to explain himself. Instead, he promptly chose to upgrade Abyssal Star City. Immediately, all players within Abyssal Star City received a system announcement. Regional system announcement. Abyssal Star City will be upgraded into a basic city. The upgrade will take 6 hours. All players within Abyssal Star City will be teleported out of the city in 10 minutes. Please prepare to get teleported. The system announcement appeared 3 times. Before the players within the city could react to the teleportation hall that had suddenly appeared in Abyssal Star City, they were abruptly struck with the mind-blowing news of Abyssal Star City becoming a basic city. What's going on? First, a teleportation hall suddenly appeared in Abyssal Star City. Now Abyssal Star City is getting upgraded into a basic city? Abyssal Star City has become a basic city on top of getting a teleportation hall. Is Abyssal Star City on its way to becoming the #1 city in the miniature ancient world? Everyone in the city promptly started a discussion about the abrupt changes that had taken place. The Azura Mercenary Alliance's members, in particular, grew ecstatic after learning about these 2 pieces of good news. Normally, be it Abyssal Star City gaining a teleport function or Abyssal Star City becoming a basic city, neither development could spark an uproar if they had appeared on their own. However, it was an entirely different story when both developments appeared together. After all, this essentially meant that Abyssal Star City had just become the closest NPC city to the Boundary Mountain Range. Not only could players purchase the daily necessities sold in NPC cities from Abyssal Star City, but they could also access the auction house from Abyssal Star City. In fact, Abyssal Star City's auction house would be even better than the auction houses of NPC cities. This was because a guild city's auction house had the option of setting the handling fee it charged to be much lower than the handling fee charged in the various NPC cities' auction houses. Combined with the convenience of teleportation, it wasn't hard to imagine that Abyssal Star City would become the miniature ancient world's trade center in the future. Meanwhile, As members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance, they had priority to enter Abyssal Star City. So, they would no longer have to worry about not being able to purchase their daily necessities. They also wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell their harvests for a good price. Subsequently, after everyone was forcibly teleported out of Abyssal Star City, news of Abyssal Star City's promotion and acquisition of a teleportation hull quickly spread across the entire miniature ancient world. TL notes, 1A. So, apparently Abyssal Star City was an advanced town all this time. I have an excuse as to why I made such a mistranslation. Primordial City, Guqing City, Qingshi Town, Xiaojin. Up until this chapter, the author hasn't ever clearly stated whether his was referring to a primordial city or a primordial town. When people use the term, they are usually talking about an ancient city or a primordial city in this case. It is also the case for when someone mentions X, it's assumed that they're talking about X city, not X town. In the case of towns, people will usually use Z or Z when referring to Z town. To prove my point, here are two examples of how the author names his towns and cities. 1. Silverwing Town, chapter 1728 of main story. 2. Hundred Flow City. However, I will not be changing Abyssal Star City to Abyssal Star Town. Since the author has insisted on using Abyssal Star City since chapter 95, I am going with the assumption that Abyssal Star City is a settlement named Abyssal Star City, but had the status of advanced town. This is quite a confusing development. So if you have any questions, feel free to join my Discord and ping me your questions. Discord, https://discord. GG/JDMQSX 9 p.m. if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3177_Miniature Ancient World. Tide City, Tower Alliance's Residence. Miniature Ancient World, Tide City, Tower Alliance's Residence. The Tower Alliance's residence occupied an area of 2 sports stadiums. In the large city that housed over 100 million players, the residence was a unique existence. As for the guild members and independent players that walked in and out of the residence, many of them had reached the standard of peak experts. Even after the Myriad Worlds Descent expansion pack took effect and powers from the many gods' domains entered the miniature ancient world, many independent experts were still seeking to join the Tower Alliance. The Abyssal Star Primordial City that's under Zero Wing's control has been upgraded into a basic city already. Great Elder Favre. Combined with its ability to facilitate teleportation to NPC cities, it will definitely become a densely populated large city in the future, the demi-dragon woman Maria said excitedly as she looked at Favre, the young-looking lady sitting at the center of the conference table, while quietly reading the document in her hands. I suggest we establish a trade center in Abyssal Star City as soon as possible. That way, the Tower Alliance will have an even greater advantage in the miniature ancient world. Although we still can't access level 120+ maps, I agree that we should deepen our partnership with Zero Wing, Vice Guild Leader Flanders said in agreement. Abyssal Star City was a guild city that bordered the Boundary Mountain Range. On top of that, it even had a teleportation hall that allowed players to teleport to Hundred Flow City, an NPC city. It wasn't hard to imagine that Abyssal Star City would become a transit hub or base of operations for the many gods' domains players in the future. At that time, the city's popularity would exceed every one of the current NPC cities. As icing on the cake, Zero Wing was also a guild with extraordinary potential. Hence, nothing could go wrong with furthering the Tower Alliance's partnership with Zero Wing. We can indeed carry out further cooperation with Zero Wing, but establishing a trade center in Abyssal Star City will require more consideration. You too should know that the establishment of a trade center is of utmost importance. Zero Wing's Abyssal Star City might be considered the #1 guild city in the current miniature ancient world, but that might not necessarily be the case once level 120+ maps open up and the myriad world's powers begin developing their own settlements. Favre, the young-looking lady, said, shaking her head. Our desolate star corporation only has a limited number of trade center slots. Wasting even one slot will incur us severe losses. Trade centers. This might be a term foreign to players from isolated gods' domains, but it was one of the main methods for the various gods' domain powers to generate income in the greater world. A trade center was a special shop that allowed players to conduct transactions using real-world currency directly. Unlike offline transactions made to trade in-game resources for real-world currencies, transactions made through the trade center were absolutely confidential. Players wouldn't have to worry about exposing their identities when trading through a trade center. Hence, so long as the option was available, players in God's domain would always choose to trade through a trade center, even if they had to pay a slightly higher processing fee. Because of this, almost every prosperous guild city would have a trade center. Moreover, so long as a guild city could maintain a stable player population of 100 million, the annual income the city could generate through the trade center alone could rival 15% of a greater god's domain's hegemonic power's annual income. Of course, increasing a guild city's player population to 100 million was easier said than done. Even hegemonic powers in the greater god's domain would only have a few of such guild cities under their control. After all players sought to grow stronger, and to do so required them to transition to better maps at some point. Unless a guild city was established in a strategically important location, it'd be very difficult for it to thrive for very long. This was also one of the main reasons the many gods' domains' various powers had come to the miniature ancient world to develop. The miniature ancient world was one of the few unexplored lands in the greater god's domain. After factoring in the miniature ancient world's massive player population, developing a guild city with over 100 million player population wouldn't be difficult. In fact, developing 1 or 2 mega guild cities with a player population of over 500 million wasn't even out of the question. Meanwhile, aside from Abyssal Star City, the Desolate Star Corporation had many other options to establish its trade center. After all, while the Desolate Star Corporation might only be a subpar conglomerate in the greater world, it was still the majority shareholder of over a dozen hegemonic powers. The Tower Alliance wasn't the only hegemonic power the conglomerate owned shares in. What if I exercise my right as the 6th successor? Maria asked, reluctant to give up even after hearing Favre objecting to her suggestion. Have you lost your mind, Maria? Favre yelled as she looked at her niece in astonishment. Every successor only has 1 trade center slot. It is also your only capital to develop in the greater world. You'll lose your qualifications as a successor if you mismanage this slot. Life in the greater world was incredibly harsh. Hence, competition between the successors of a conglomerate was extraordinarily intense. Depending on how a successor handled the competition, they could end up living even worse than the average civilian for the rest of their lives. Favre had high hopes for Maria. Not only did this niece of hers have great talent, but the girl had also managed to become a vice commander in one of the Tower Alliance's frontline teams at such a young age. At this rate, it probably wouldn't take more than a year for her to rise to the position of commander of a frontline team. Then, maybe in another 2 or 3 years, she might be able to join the Tower Alliance's main force and become a vice commander there. At that time, Maria would have considerable authority in the Tower Alliance, and she'd be able to cultivate a group of trusted aides to help her in competing for the position of family head in the Desolate Star Corporation. Meanwhile, Maria's trade center slot would be her only source of income in the future. It would also become the capital for her to develop her cronies. After all, developing talents required a large amount of resources. Hence, investing this precious slot in a small and developing guild like Zero Wing was insane. I know, which is why I want to invest it in Abyssal Star City, Maria said resolutely. Unlike her aunt, Maria did not think her decision to invest her only trade center slot in Abyssal Star City was rash or crazy. This was because she knew about Zero Wing's foundations. With the support of the stratified Abyssal Realms players, there'd be no worry that Abyssal Star City couldn't prosper. Fine. I'll go and take a look at Abyssal Star City with you, Favre said, sighing. If I see that the city does have a good future ahead of it, I won't stop you. Thank you, Auntie, Maria said with a fawning smile. While the meeting at the Tower Alliance was taking place, the myriad gods' domain's various powers also began sending people to 100 Flow City in wait for Abyssal Star City's opening. This was so they could investigate Abyssal Star City and determine whether it was worth investing in. Subsequently, time passed by quickly. After 6 hours passed, the barrier enveloping Abyssal Star City vanished, revealing a magnificent city that occupied an area several times larger than before. The sight of this city filled the players waiting nearby with awe and shock. Inside Abyssal Star City. So this is the new Abyssal Star City? Su Qianlu and the others couldn't help but be astonished by the sight they saw after entering the upgraded Abyssal Star City. Although they hadn't started exploring the city yet, they could already tell that the city was extraordinary. If speaking purely in terms of size, Abyssal Star City was already comparable to a small NPC city. Now, the revenue Abyssal Star City could generate through entrance fees alone would most likely surpass the total income a power could earn through occupying a small NPC city. Aside from size, the density of Abyssal Star City's mana had also increased by a significant margin, so much so that the city's mana environment could already rival the stratified Abyssal Realms mana environment. This also meant that Abyssal Star City's mana environment far surpassed that of the miniature ancient world's various NPC cities. However, what surprised Su Qianlu and the others the most would still have to be the city's improved purification effect. Originally, Abyssal Star City's ability to purify the corrosive, mysterious energies was already very amazing. However, after the upgrade, the city's purification effect had transcended to an entirely different level. Even if a player's body was fully saturated with mysterious energies, it would only take them 2 or 3 hours of rest in the current Abyssal Star City to clear out everything. The purification rate had more than doubled compared to before. This would give players more time to spend out in the fields. While Su Qianlu and the others were awed by Abyssal Star City's changes, Shifeng had set his sights on the heart of the city, the Primordial Tower. The second floor is finally open. A flash of excitement appeared in Shifeng's eyes when he saw the system notification before him. System: Abyssal Star City has been upgraded into a basic city successfully. The Primordial Tower's second floor is now open. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3178 _ As expected of a primordial settlement. To think it would undergo such a drastic change just by becoming a basic city. When Hidden Soul sensed the change in Abyssal Star City's mana environment, flames of excitement ignited in her eyes. With the current Abyssal Star City, it's only a matter of time before we can catch up to the foreign superpowers. As expected of a primordial settlement, to think it would undergo such a drastic change just by becoming a basic city. When Hidden Soul sensed the change in Abyssal Star City's mana environment, flames of excitement ignited in her eyes. With the current Abyssal Star City, it's only a matter of time before we can catch up to the foreign superpowers. At present, local players of the miniature ancient world were vastly inferior to the foreign gods' domains players in terms of combat standards. It was especially true when they compared the core members of both sides' superpowers. In the case of foreign superpowers, even the weakest of their core members were Void Realm experts, rivaling local domain realm experts in strength. In comparison, local superpowers would be fortunate if their core members could even reach the Void Realm standard, let alone the Domain Realm standard. Simply put, local superpowers had too few experts they could put to use. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. However, Abyssal Star City's mana environment, which rivaled the stratified Abyssal Realms mana environment, combined with the various combat legacies brought in from the Greater God's domain, It would be easy for the Azura Mercenary Alliance and its associates to nurture a batch of capable core members within 2 or 3 months. Catch up to those superpowers. Feng shook his head and chuckled when he heard Hidden Soul's words. Isn't your goal a little too small? The Abyssal Star Primordial City was one of the 9 primordial legacy cities of the second sequence. Moreover, going by the Primordial Tower's effects, Abyssal Star City was most definitely ranked near the front of the 9 primordial legacy cities. With Abyssal Star City, it'd be child's play for the Azura Mercenary Alliance and its associates to surpass the various superpowers from the greater god's domain. Small, Lu Wuxing, Galaxy Past, and Crimson Heart, who stood nearby, couldn't help but be stunned by Feng's response. They might not have understood how powerful the greater god's domain's superpowers were in the past. However, after these superpowers displayed a portion of their strength in the miniature ancient world, they realized just how massive of a gap existed between their local superpowers and the greater god's domain superpowers. Setting aside core members, just the number of god-ranked experts they had was different by orders of magnitude. Even the weakest among the foreign superpowers had dispatched over a dozen god-ranked experts into the miniature ancient world, while the stronger ones had mobilized 2 or 3 dozen. In comparison, the Azura Mercenary Alliance in its entirety only had 9 god-ranked experts under its service. I doubt you'll believe anything I say now, so it's best if you check it out for yourselves, Feng said as he glanced at Lu Wuxing and the others. Then he led everyone to the Primordial Tower located at the center of the city. The 9 primordial legacy cities would undergo a qualitative transformation whenever they underwent an upgrade. It was especially true for the city's core structures. In Abyssal Star City's case, this core structure would be the Primordial Tower. Primordial Tower. As soon as everyone entered the Primordial Tower, they promptly noticed that the environment inside the tower had also undergone an earth-shattering change. How is this possible? Lu Wuxing and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the mana environment inside the tower. The mana inside the Primordial Tower had always been much denser than the mana outside. Even before Abyssal Star City was upgraded into a basic city, the Primordial Tower's mana had already reached a near mist-like state. At the time, the Primordial Tower's mana environment was already comparable to the Holy Lands for mana found on the main continent. Now, though, the Primordial Tower's mana had thoroughly taken on a mist-like state already. This was an exceedingly rare mana environment, even on the main continent. Meanwhile, any location with such a mana environment would be one that even god-ranked experts would seek to live in. However, the shock Lu Wuxing and the others experienced reached a whole new level when they arrived on the tower's newly opened second floor. This was because the mana environment inside the 100 miniature worlds on the second floor had already taken on a liquid state. While standing in these miniature worlds, even experts like Hidden Soul had experienced a feeling of omnipotence. Learning skills, spells, combat techniques, and mana techniques had become as simple as child's play in these miniature worlds. Even the learning difficulty of silver combat techniques had decreased drastically, and it only took them a few tries before they could execute these combat techniques at a rudimentary level. The effect of these miniature worlds was something even Feng did not expect. Silver combat techniques. Any player who had managed to learn a silver combat technique, even if their mastery over it was only at a rudimentary level, would become invincible among players of the same tier. If players thoroughly master a silver combat technique, they could even transcend tiers. In reality, the various superpowers of God's domain were in possession of many silver combat techniques. However, the number of experts who had managed to actually learn how to use a silver combat technique numbered incredibly few. This was also the case even in the greater God's domain. Simply put, the various superpowers and hegemonic powers did not lack silver combat techniques. What they lacked were people capable of learning silver combat techniques. However, the Primordial Tower's second floor mana environment could reduce the difficulty of learning silver mana techniques by tenfold or more. With such a drastically lowered learning difficulty, even second-floor experts could fully master silver combat techniques, let alone third-floor, God-ranked experts. Of course, the effects of the second floor's miniature worlds did not come for free. The first-floor miniature worlds only cost 100 magic crystals per hour to maintain. Yet the cost of operating the second-floor miniature worlds was 100 mana stones per hour. Even if one could convert magic crystals to mana stones in the ideal 100-to-1 ratio, the cost of operating the second-floor miniature worlds would still be 100 times greater than that of the first-floor miniature worlds. In addition, the cost of maintaining the primordial tower itself had also increased drastically. Originally, the tower's maintenance only cost 1,000 magic crystals per day. Now, simply keeping the primordial tower active cost 1,000 mana stones per day. It seems I'm going to have to start stocking up on silver combat techniques from now on. Sure Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the situation on the primordial tower's second floor. The consumption of mana stones was still acceptable, since he could refine magic crystals into mana stones with the 7 Luminaries Codex. Although the Azura Mercenary Alliance would probably have to expend all of its magic crystals to let many members learn silver combat techniques, it was a worthwhile price to pay. Worst case scenario, the Mercenary Alliance would simply have to earn more magic crystals. However, acquiring silver combat techniques was going to be a challenge. Silver combat techniques were incredibly valuable, each one as valuable as a fragmented legendary item. Moreover, the legacy items holding silver combat techniques would usually break after a few uses. The effects of the second floor's miniature worlds are simply too frightening. Guild Leader Black Flame. I suggest we only allow contracted members of the Azura Mercenary Alliance to use them, Lu Wuxing hurriedly said to Shifeng after snapping out of his daze. We should also raise the price and usage requirements of the first floor's miniature worlds. Crimson Heart, Galaxy Past, and Zhui Yalan also nodded in agreement. The upgraded Primordial Tower was simply terrifying. Just the changes to the first floor miniature worlds would already be enough to attract the attention of countless powers, let alone the second floor miniature worlds. After all, the first floor miniature worlds' mist-like mana could allow Refinement Realm experts to quickly master bronze combat techniques, and possibly even advanced bronze combat techniques. It should be known that even peak experts had trouble mastering advanced bronze combat techniques. Meanwhile, peak experts who had mastered advanced bronze combat techniques could threaten even domain realm experts. If a peak expert managed to master multiple advanced bronze combat techniques of various types, even defeating domain realm experts wouldn't be out of the question. Domain realm experts. Even in the greater world, domain realm experts were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. They were existences inferior only to god-ranked experts. I do have such plans, Shifeng said, nodding. Aside from the Primordial Tower, I also plan to tweak the city's entrance fee. The standard entrance fee will be increased to 50 silver per person, and teleportation fees must be paid in magic crystals. 50 silver? Blackie's mouth widened when he heard Shifeng's words. Because of the myriad world's descent, competition in the miniature ancient world had become much more intense than before. As a result, even Refinement Realm experts could only earn around 3 or 4 gold a day if they were unlucky and failed to find any good equipment or rare materials. Their daily earnings might even fall to just 1 gold. As for players beneath the Refinement Realm standard, they'd be fortunate if they could earn enough to break even with their daily expenditure. Previously, when Abyssal Star City charged 20 silver for its entrance fee, the average expert could still afford to enter the city. However, if the entrance fee were to be raised to 50 silver, even Refinement Realm experts might hesitate to enter the city. After all, they'd be left with hardly any money after paying the city's entrance fee, renting a hotel, repairing their equipment, and having a meal. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3179 _outside of Abyssal Star City. Outside of Abyssal Star City. After the magic barrier enveloping Abyssal Star City disappeared, the millions of players outside looked at the city eagerly. The changes to Abyssal Star City were visible to the naked eye. The city's size and the mana it radiated to the surroundings were enough to let everyone understand that Abyssal Star City had already surpassed small NPC cities. A huge commotion had even started on the miniature Ancient World's official forums because of Abyssal Star City's changes. Everyone eagerly discussed what sort of changes might have taken place in Abyssal Star City, what they should do immediately after entering the city, and what they could do to make money via Abyssal Star City. At this time, even the Flower of Seven Sins, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's enemy, was filled with curiosity toward Abyssal Star City. Abyssal Star City was already fated to become the miniature Ancient World's #1 player-owned city. However, exactly how much attention this #1 city could attract from the miniature Ancient World's players and powers was crucial for the Flower of Seven Sins. Now that the miniature Ancient World had become a training ground for the various gods' domains rookies, it would more or less attract the attention of some conglomerates. If Abyssal Star City attracted enough players and powers, the Greater World's conglomerates might decide to invest in the Azura Mercenary Alliance. Once that happened, the Azura Mercenary Alliance's development would skyrocket. Shadow Fog City, Flower of Seven Sins residents. Big Sis Omen, do you think those conglomerates will really set their sights on Abyssal Star City? Summer Wolf asked worriedly when he saw the ongoing discussions on the official forums. If a conglomerate invests in the Azura Mercenary Alliance, we will most likely be numbered before learning about the Greater God's domain. Players wouldn't know exactly how terrifying the Greater World's conglomerates were. However, once one came into contact with some information about the Greater God's domain, one would realize that even higher gods' domains wouldn't dare to offend the Greater World's conglomerates. An example would be the Flower of Seven Sins, Thousand Scars. Ever since Thousand Scars caught the attention of a conglomerate, the various hegemonic powers in the miniature Ancient World had promptly begun treating the Flower of Seven Sins courteously. However, if Abyssal Star City managed to attract the attention of a conglomerate, the Flower of Seven Sins would probably cease to exist in the miniature Ancient World. After all, there was a big difference in significance between an individual and an entire organization receiving a conglomerate's attention. It wouldn't be difficult to imagine which of the two would receive greater priority from a conglomerate. What are you worried about? There's no way those conglomerates would decide to invest in a power so easily, much less a local power of the miniature Ancient World. Death Omen said contemptuously. The Azura Mercenary Alliance would first have to become a hegemonic power and gain control of at least 1/3 of the miniature Ancient World if it wants to attract a conglomerate's attention. No conglomerate would care about the small profits generated by Abyssal Star City. Moreover, Abyssal Star City's teleportation hall is only connected to 100 Flow City's teleportation hall. Players will have to go through 100 Flow City before they can teleport to other NPC cities. Abyssal Star City would be fortunate if it could attract even 1/10 of the miniature Ancient World's hegemonic powers. I guess you're right. After thinking it over, Summer Wolf nodded in agreement with Death Omen. The Greater World's conglomerates wouldn't even glance at ordinary hegemonic powers. Only upper-ranked hegemonic powers and above could receive partnership offers from the various conglomerates. Meanwhile, every upper-ranked hegemonic power was a frightening existence that had successfully established an empire in the Greater God's domain and whose rule spanned over 100 gods' domains. So, the likelihood of the Azura Mercenary Alliance attracting a conglomerate's attention with the Abyssal Star Primordial City alone was incredibly slim. What's the status of Thousand Scars? Death Omen asked. Whether the Flower of Seven Sins can secure a stable position in the miniature Ancient World all depends on her now. We've delivered all the life potions and combat techniques we purchased to her already. I believe she can achieve further improvements within the near future, Summerwolf reported. Good. So long as she can become a prioritized core talent, it's only a matter of time before we can make the Azura Mercenary Alliance disappear. Death Omen nodded, her mood improving significantly. Zero Wing's foundations might have exceeded her expectations. However, so long as the Flower of Seven Sins had a conglomerate to rely on, it wouldn't matter even if Zero Wing had multiple fourth-floor experts defending it. As soon as Death Omen finished speaking, both Death Omen and Summerwolf received a message notification simultaneously. Is Zero Wing crazy? If it sets the entrance fee at 50 silver, even the various powers will give up on Abyssal Star City, let alone independent players, Summerwolf exclaimed, a look of disbelief appearing on his face when he finished reading the report on Abyssal Star City's situation. If a power decided to set up an operating base in Abyssal Star City, it would assign a minimum of several thousand members to the city. If every one of these players had to pay 50 silver just to enter the city every day, it would become a significant expense even for the various powers. Not to mention, the level 120-plus maps would soon open. Once that happened, Abyssal Star City would become nothing more than a teleportation hub allowing players to reach the Boundary Mountain range much more easily. However, if Abyssal Star City charged an entrance fee of 50 silver per player, nobody would be willing to use the city even as a teleportation hub. After all, players would have to first line up in 100 Flow City to teleport to Abyssal Star City. Rather than waste all that time just to save a negligible amount of money, it'd be much better if they traveled to the Boundary Mountain range by mount. It seems this is all Zero Wing amounts to, Death Omen said, sighing in relief. If Zero Wing freely let the miniature ancient world's various powers enter Abyssal Star City, a large number of powers would flood the city. At that time, there'd be a real possibility of the city attracting a conglomerate's attention. Meanwhile, if the Azura Mercenary Alliance truly managed to gain the support of a conglomerate, Hidden Soul's status would skyrocket, and the Flower of Seven Sins would become a joke. However, after the stunt Zero Wing just pulled, Abyssal Star City could, at most, attract the attention of local players and powers. The city would have great difficulty attracting the attention of the various foreign powers, let alone conglomerates. At this time, the Flower of Seven Sins wasn't the only one surprised by Abyssal Star City's new rules. This change also caught the various local and foreign powers and players off guard. Is the Azura Mercenary Alliance crazy? Rather than secure itself a good future, it's choosing to target natives only? I doubt even natives will buy into an entrance fee of 50 silver. After all, the level 120-plus maps will be opening soon. All players above level 115 will definitely move their base of operations to the level 120-plus NPC cities. Who would want to settle in Abyssal Star City? 50 silver? Is Azura attempting daylight robbery? Moreover, teleportation fees can only be paid in magic crystals, and each teleportation costs 2 magic crystals? I only earn 3 magic crystals per advanced quest I complete for the Adventurers Association, and I can only pick up 1 advanced quest every 2 or 3 days. I know, right? Repairing epic weapons and equipment already costs a lot of magic crystals. Magical classes might only need to spend around 1 magic crystal per day for repairs, but plate armor classes like us need to spend at least 2 magic crystals even on a good day, or 4 magic crystals on a bad day. Is Azura telling us to fight naked? That's not all. Now, even Azura's members are in a miserable state. Although bronze members will still receive discounts when entering the city, they'll no longer qualify to train in the Primordial Tower. Now, only silver members and above can train in the tower. Moreover, the hourly usage fee has increased to 300 magic crystals. Only peak experts could possibly afford such a price. If I have that many magic crystals, I'd rather spend it on buying a basic combat technique from the greater gods' domains. It only costs 200 magic crystals to learn a basic combat technique in our guild. The Miniature Ancient World's official forums were filled with complaints from both local and foreign players. After seeing the changes to Abyssal Star City's rules, everyone was of the opinion that Abyssal Star City's development would only go downhill from now on. 100 Flow City Teleportation Hall. I'm afraid Abyssal Star City is beyond salvation now, Maria. Are you sure you still want to establish your trade center there? Favre, holding a silver scepter in her hand, asked as she looked at her niece. Maria was a little dazed when she learned about Abyssal Star City's situation. However, after calming down, she earnestly said, I still plan to take a look at it first. Honestly, Maria was greatly confused by the action Zero Wing took. After all, now that Abyssal Star City had just been upgraded into a basic city, it was the best opportunity to attract the various powers to settle in the city and drive the city's trade. Yet, Zero Wing had chosen to forsake this opportunity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible.